Well, hello, first hour. It is great to see you. Happy Writers Week. I am Mrs. Enk. I'm an English teacher here, and that is David Bahari, who is entertaining you this morning. Let's have a round of applause for David. And just to make sure we get things started off on the right foot here, shout out to my first hour class. Yeah, there you go. Good to see you here first hour. And really good to see all of you here first hour. There were times when we did not think that we would be all together here in the auditorium. So we are so happy to see every one of you here to kick off Writers Week. So just one more round of applause for that. So we are starting off Writers Week 28 in the very best way that we know how, which is with our good friend and very talented writer, Mary Fonz. Mary is an amazing person and poet and writer and quilter, and we like to say, you know, Mary Fonz does all the things. And she did not go to Brown High School, but she should have, because she loves Brown. And in her very heart, she is a Viking. And so, she feels more at home here on this stage than most people you will ever meet. And we are so lucky that she is part of our Viking family. And so I want to give her as much time as I can. So please help me welcome Mary Fonz.
Thank you, Ms. Hank. Hey, everybody, hi. Good morning. I have never done a performance with a mask on. I have been performing and speaking to people and doing things in public for a long time now, a very long time. But I've never done it with a mask on. So it's really a problem. I'm going to have to, I'll learn something today because, my dimples, are my best features. So I don't have my superpower now. So I'll have to rely on my chops as a performer. And hopefully, the most important thing about any performance or any piece of writing or anything is connecting with people. And that should be, with a mask on or without one. That's the most important thing. So a mask can't stop that from happening if I do my job. So a funny story. I don't have a car, so I rode my bike from Chicago. No, just kidding. I got a zip car this morning, and I went, through the snow to the garage, whatever, to get my little zip car. And I get in the car, and I get on the highway to come here. I live in the city, right? And I look at the fuel gauge. I'm on the highway, and there's a little red. There's one little chit, one red dot, and I'm there's no gas in the car. And you're supposed to fill up a tank of gas when you use the zip car for the next guy, And I'm like, oh my god, I have to get gas. And so I pulled over on the next, the next exit I saw. I was like, gas, I'm gonna run out of gas. And so I took Diversey. And I'm driving, and I'm like, people want to fill up the tank. I didn't want to be late, all that. So I go to the gas station, and I put the thing in, and I press the thing, and then it shuts off pretty quickly. And I was like, so basically, I put in $20 of gas. I get back in the car. I know this is fascinating, but I'm getting to the point. And so I get back in the car, and I'm driving, and the gas thing was still just one red dot, It looked bad. It looked like there was still no gas in the car. And I was like, oh, I guess the fuel gauge is broken. I didn't need gas at all. The reason I'm telling you this is because I'm not real woo. I don't do a whole lot of woo kind of thinking in my life. But weird things happen. And what's really weird is that as I was driving on the highway, I did what I do when I come to Friend every year. I get a car, and I rehearse in the car things that I'm going to perform for you. And I haven't done a poem here at Friend in a long time. And I have really long time either. But I found myself this morning in my old neighborhood, by mistake, by chance, because I needed to get gas, which I actually didn't need to get. So I was saying poems in the car when I got off the highway, and I was in my old apartment, where I wrote the poems that I'm going to say to you today. I wrote those poems in that apartment years ago. And I haven't done these poems in a long time, and I haven't been in that neighborhood in a long time. But this morning, I was in that neighborhood. And the house where, the apartment, the tiny studio apartment where I wrote the poem that I'm going to do for you right now, was right there. And time is very weird. I don't think time exists. I think it's just space. It's just space. And then time is just a measure of change. Like, it's just measuring what changes. It's way too early for me to talk about space and time, but I will tell you that it's a very strange thing to be back in an area where I had a different life, it seems, in a lot of ways than I do today. But many things that I have to tell to you today are about the life of a writer and how it just never looks the way people think it's going to look, I think. But I'll tell you more about that in a minute. So I haven't performed this poem in a mask ever, but live for, I don't know, 4 years, maybe 5 years. And you, as first period, you were very special, because next period, I won't be able to say that. I'll be like, I haven't performed this poem in 40 minutes. But the last time I performed it was in French. Okay, so here we go. This poem is for the pillow clutchers. For those looking into the imaginary eyes of the person who fills their mind with sugar-plum smiles. For those who have a canon of dreams, ready and waiting to blossom. For the men and the women, anyone who wants to be understood in that way that only someone who kisses you can understand you, this poem is for you. This poem is not for the desperate, the pathetic, the lame loser, not for the one who hasn't gotten laid in a while, not for the one who says they're choosing, not to date for a while. There's no such thing. This poem is for the person who cannot bring themselves to admit that they would give their right leg for any length of time for the person on their mind. Forgive me. I'm not a brave woman. I do not know what lurks in the hearts of humans. I don't really want to know. If what's there mirrors memories I show in my face on bad days, it holds kisses that are long gone, people who have disappeared, and passions that have faded into the ether of the past. Nothing lasts. And that is the one lesson this coward can say she is able to teach. This poem is for all those who wish to say, I'm sorry. I'm sorry I couldn't love you. You deserve love. I'm sorry I couldn't give something to you. You deserve to be given to. I'm sorry that for every person that loves somebody, another person just doesn't want to. And sometimes, we're the lucky ones. We get to feel sweet truth in the night. The bodies we reach out to are miraculously there. But I know the despair that comes when they're not. I know the long nights, oh God, and the doubt, and the fear, and the crawling back to a womb that just isn't there. I know intensities of dress and the letdown that rents there. I know. And I'm sorry for it. It takes years off of your life, and it can't be avoided. Sometimes these little words are the crutches for the crush that we feel. So, this poem is a pathetic vehicle for me to tell you, each one of you, that I love you in so many ways, in the same ways that stay up nights and days, dreaming of the perfect way to be there for someone, meals you would cook for them, poems you would write for them, and the things you plan to say if they say no. Well, I love you. And you will never know how in the sleight of a magician's hand we could have been lovers and grandly in love, could going to change the whole game. Written words on the horizon change the compromise. But you will know something else instead. Bitter as bitter ever gets. More bitter than a rotten peach bed. More bitter than a child's most terrifying nightmare. I don't reflect. What I see in your eyes will share some banal recognition, some cordial understanding. But have I mentioned that I love you for not lying? So many people lying all the time, and I hate them. So I love you. But you will still go home alone, and that is very hard to do. For all the humans, love for those who aren't their lovers. I love you. So the poem ends because we know that it will, but before it slips away, like everything else, I will attempt the only words I can think of that are a fraction as good as a kiss. When you reach out at night and you find not someone, but the cold, gray light of day that wakes you up like a slap, like a curse, like an insult, I love you. When you stay at home thinking of those who are long gone, or those who are getting kisses from someone that is not you, I love you. For those who want what they probably need, whose bodies are starving, not for food, for me, for you, and for all the people who never knew or understood what you would do for them, I love you. I love you. Well, I do love you. Okay, so something happened this morning. Something happened. I was driving and I ran out of gas. No, I'm just kidding. I told that story already. But something else happened, and I'm gonna do another poem here in a little bit. But I also okay. I was thinking yesterday and in the car. I haven't been here, because of the pandemic, and neither you. There's been so much that's happened in these years since I've been on this stage. And who knows what next year will bring, right? And so I love Friend. Gina said that, and it's really, really true. I have this relationship with a high schooler. It's like Friend is this entity in my life that I love. I mean, yes. So, and it's, many years I've been coming here, and so I look forward to it, and the Weber, is it a Weber plant or a Weber company? I see it and I'm like, oh yeah, there's the Weber sign, and so I really know this place, and I love coming here. And what if I couldn't come here again? What if I couldn't be here now? And I was like, what are you gonna say to them? What do you want to say this year at Friend? What's the most important thing? And it was like, well, love poem's the most important thing. And then also, the most important thing is to tell you that I keep learning this over and over again. Nobody knows anything. Nobody knows anything. We all try to say that we do, including me. I think that I know things, but I don't. And the reason I say that to you, the reason I say it is because you are free. You are free to solve your problems your own way, to solve the world's problems in a new way. My husband, who, by the way, you're not supposed to meet your true love at a bar and get married 4 months later, but I did. And that's not the way people say, don't do that, oh my God. Well, I did it, and I love that man more every day of my life. We'll have 3 years in April, I love him, and he's a big nerd, okay? He's like the nerdiest nerd. And he's been studying physics for fun. This is why I know. But he's looking at things, and he's like, you know what? We don't know what energy is. We still don't know. We have no idea. We have no idea. There's the 4 laws of thermodynamics, and we're pretty sure those are right. But nobody knows how heat and light and we don't really know what that stuff is. And he's like, and it's so exciting because he dropped out of high school. Oh yeah, that's the other thing. Don't do that. Don't meet a high school dropout and get married to him 4 months later after being in the bar. But it totally works. But he's a software guy, and he doesn't have a college education. He got his GED. and doing all this weird stuff. Because we don't know anything really about physics, you can do experiments and figure it out. You don't have to go to MIT. You don't, I mean, I want you to go to MIT, everybody go to a great college, whatever, but like, he doesn't have a physics degree. He didn't study in college at all. But he's like, and he's reading books. He's reading Michael Faraday, he's reading, whatever, all the guys that I can't think of any of their names now, but like, Tesla and Michael Faraday and all these people, they wrote lectures. They did lectures and they wrote books. And you read them and he's like, these guys just started screwing around with stuff. And these women too. People just started experimenting and doing things. And so I want to tell you that. It's so important because as Erica started to learn about this stuff, he's like, a great idea can come from anywhere. It doesn't have to come from a college. You don't have to be in college to figure out a really good solution to a problem. And you don't have to be around a bunch of people. You can figure something out on your own. Or you could, and the thing that's true about writing too. There's this idea, I've had to deal with this idea in my life, that to be a writer, I've been working as a writer for 20 years. Is that more? Yeah, like 21 years. Working as a writer. Every year here, I come back and I'm like, I'm still a writer. But in my mind for a long time, and still now, I have to like remind myself that people think they know what a writer looks like, and it's like a novelist. And she's like, inspired and sort of moved, by her own words, and she's writing novels, and her book is for sale, at the airport bookstore. Is that a writer? If I do that, will I finally be a writer? But I am a writer, and I don't write novels, and I don't have a book at the airport bookstore yet. And so when people sort of, this is Writers Week, right? You're gonna see a lot of different kinds of writers. And it's so important because I think, friend, you will know that. People who come to Writers Week and who know about Writers Week, you'll get the lesson that I didn't get, which is that to be a writer means a whole lot of different things, and it looks like a whole lot of different things. And anybody who, thinks they know, like a parent, if you want to be a writer and your parent's like, it's impossible, you're gonna starve, be like, well, Mary Fawn said that that's not true. I'm gonna go do physics experiments. I hate this family. So I don't know, I hope that made sense to you. I just, I really have to fight sometimes the doubt that I don't have a book published by Penguin. And so maybe I suck. But that's someone else telling me that. That's someone else saying that they think they know what writing is. It's like, no. I've written a lot of things, and I'm very proud of them, and that poem is one of them. And that poem isn't published in a book anywhere. The people who have copies of that poem are friend people who bought my chapbook years ago, or people at Poetry Slams who bought my chapbook. That's where that poem exists. And I think that poem's pretty important, and I'm glad it exists, but it's not in a book at the airport. And so, that's the most important thing I have to say. That, I mean, it really is. It's just, you really are free to do what you want to do. And so so what I was going to say before that is that one of the things that I have written recently is getting me into trouble. So this is a magazine. I was editor-in-chief of a magazine for a long time, and I still work as an editorial advisor for Quilt magazine. But I was editor-in-chief for many years, and this is the last 3 issues that I was editor-in-chief of. Is that right? Yes. The quilt thing in my life is when I first started coming here, it wasn't as much a part of my life, but it is now. And I'll tell you why, and I'll show you this. I brought this book too. Quilt magazine is it's a quarterly magazine. Okay, so it comes out 4 times a year, and there's no ads in this magazine. Okay, so each issue of the magazine focuses on a different state in the United States. So this is the Connecticut. Oh no, this is Nevada, the Nevada issue. so I'll tell you about the quilt thing, but the people who make this magazine, we interview people, we set up interviews and photo shoots ahead of our trip to the state. And we interview quilt makers and quilt collectors and quilt historians and children who make quilts, you know, for charity and stuff like that. And we go and we interview them and we produce this beautiful magazine called Quilt Folk. And there's, people always ask me like, what happens when you guys run out of states? We'll go around again. It'll be like 11 years before we can, four states a year for, you know, for 11 years. So Quilt Folk is really special. There's no ads in Quilt Folk, I think I said that. And it's about people and stories. And this magazine, we do a lot of landscape photography. And we, yeah, I mean, I've been going around the country meeting quilters and talking to them about their lives and photographing their work and writing about them, right, and editing magazines about them. And I really care about quilts a lot because quilts tell the story of America. They tell the story of our country and our history, and it's really an American art form to me. And there's, I don't want to pass this around. I know that's better. Anyway, so this is another kind of writing that I've done, and I wanted to point it out. This is a coffee table book that we made of some of our best pictures and our best stories. I wrote every caption in this book. I mean, there's a caption for every picture, and I wrote all those captions. And I don't have a credit in this book. I'm the editor of the book, but I don't have a credit for writing the captions. But the captions are really important to the book, you know, and they're really hard to write. If you've ever written a caption or written something really short, like try to make a really short sentence, take a really long sentence and make it shorter, it's really hard. The less space you have, the harder it can be to write it. But I wrote all the captions in this book, and part of the reason that I work on the Quilt Folk project and the reason that I am in trouble now is because, you know, quilts really are important to American history. I mean, they're important to our like national identity, right? That's what I think. And there's this thing lately in fashion, I don't know if you've seen it, but people are cutting up quilts to wear as jackets and stuff. Like they're taking old like vintage and antique quilts and they're cutting them up to make like pants and chore coats. The cottage core thing is like, I don't know. So old quilts, like really beautiful old quilts, are being cut up into rags to be sewn into these clothes. And I'm a quilt nerd. I do a show on Twitch now. I've been doing it for like 6 months. I love it. It's called Quilt Nerd, 3 times a week on Twitch, twitch.tv/YoMaryCons, check it out. And so I research quilts and I write about quilts a lot in different places these days. And I'm researching this for this show, and I'm like looking at all of these clothes that people are making out of quilts, and I start to get really mad, because it's not okay to be cutting up this like women's history, like cutting up women's history basically for fashion. And I love fashion. I'm a fan, you know. But it's not okay. So I made a YouTube video, okay? And the YouTube video started as this, okay? This is like the script for my YouTube video. It's a manifesto. It's called the Cutter Quilt Manifesto, and it's all the reasons why it's not okay to be cutting up quilts that someone made with their hands years ago that could be used by a lot of people for a lot of different reasons in a lot of different ways for a long time, to cut all that up and to destroy it for the desire of a single person so they can have like a complete jacket that they'll wear for a year. I mean, let's be honest. So I started writing this manifesto, and I realized that I needed to make a video about it and put it on YouTube because I feel like it's an emergency. People have to stop doing this. So many people are cutting up quilts to do this. And so I'm writing this thing, and then I start making the video. And the video does not look like that script. That is the writing that sort of gave birth to the video. So when you see that video, or when you see any kind of well-made YouTube video, because this is the kind of content we consume all day now, me too, you know, there's writing behind that. And we watch, you know, stuff on YouTube, or we consume content on the internet that's a video variety. And it just seems like you don't see what's behind it. What's behind all of that content? Not all of it, if it's just live streaming and someone's like, meh, 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 there's no script, and you can tell, right? But when you see a really great video, someone's writing, someone's putting a paper, pen to a paper, or clacking away on their piece. Because for me, writing is how I order reality. That's what I've said for a long time. It's how I make sense of the world as I have to. Write it down. What's going on? Okay, write it down. This is my journal. This is the other kind of writing that I do. And one year, I'll bring it back. That was really fun that year. I brought all my journals on stage. But yeah, I mean, I write. We calculated on stage 1,000 pages a year. I write 1,000 pages a year in this thing. And so there's a lot of work behind these videos that we see, and we don't think about it. Right? Don't think about how that's true. That writing isn't writing a novel. Writing is scripting YouTube videos. And the better your script is, the clearer your words, the more swiftly you get to the point, all these things, the better your video will be. Good writing is behind so much stuff that we do. We don't always know that, or don't always recognize it until you want to make a video for YouTube. You really want it to be good, and if you're just sort of improvising off the cuff, you're just sort of doing something off the top of your head about something you care about or some issue that matters to you. I guarantee you, if you write a script out, it'll be better. It'll also be easier to film because you have a script to work from. So I made this video about quilt clothes. It's called "Quilt Clothes Must Die," and I posted it on Friday. And this morning, okay, so I'm in trouble now because I'm mad on the video, and it took me forever to make it. I script and everything, and then I produced all this stuff with all these quilts behind me and all these photographs and stuff. And I'm telling people, designers who are doing this, and there's big time designers doing this and lots of little independent designers doing this, and I'm like, you have to stop. You're ruining America. I'm really, really forceful about it. And a lot of people who've seen the video really like it, but now a lot of people who are seeing the video hate it. They are mad at me. And this morning, so yesterday, I think there was 13,000 views on it yesterday, which is pretty good. I mean, I'm not doing it for the clicks, but it's pretty good. It's a message I wanted to get out there. I worked really hard on it, put it out there, and 13,000 views, which is good. And then I got copyright struck this morning. I don't know why, but I'll figure it out. But the script behind it is the reason that I'm okay if people are angry, because what the script allowed me to do was to really think through what I was going to say. I didn't just spout off. I really thought it through. So if people come from me, and they are coming from me, and they're saying I'm pretentious, and I'm like, yeah, I'm telling you what I think you should do with your life. Oh my God, I'm telling you not to cut up quilts and for your business. Yeah, it's kind of pretentious, I guess, to say that, but it's also something I really, really, really feel deeply about. It's really important to me that people stop doing this or that they understand what they're doing. So it was that script that gave me strength, that will give me the strength to take it. People are mad at me. I mean, they're really mad at me. Who are you to say, privilege, talking, all this stuff. And I don't know. My words, they will save me every time. I wrote this world down on paper, and it's all that I have. I kept a record of the blows to the head, the words that you said, and the paper lights I have seen in the sky fell to the earth and died. This is not solid ground. It trembles and shakes when you step down. And if you've ever been to a paper world, you know what I mean. When you walk around, you fall onto paper knees that buckle beneath the weight of your legs. Paper necks snap beneath heavy paper heads. Oh, snap. Paper clocks tell incorrect time. Paper skyscrapers scrape the skyline. And all the city citizens want what paper needs. Strength, strong stock, safety from water. But it all comes pre-tattered, bleeding confetti-sized drops of pale ink that stain the paper streets. And I wonder, how do you keep a smile on a cutout face when at any moment fire will ravage Earth and space, reduce your planet to ash if you bump elbows with a cigarette or a smoking campfire log, get chewed on by a dog that thinks you're the news? I have long since stopped getting the blues. There's no color here, only the absence of light. That's what white is. That's what white is. But if you are a paper doll too, I shall know you on sight. You're with me? Come with me tonight. I will match up our bodies by the tears in our arms. We will form paper barricades against matchstick harm. I'll make paper love to you for as long as I can in this shreddable world. I will be your paper girl. And if rage is worth nothing on paper, then I have nothing left to say. But if the greatest words of our ancestors have been saved to this day on paper, clinging for dear life to paper for God knows the reasons why, I will write this on paper and send it up to the wrathful 2D God in the sky. Make me a lover, burn with, and I will be the one who burns it all. I'll do your bidding with a smile. But before the fire starts and the great fall, the fire starts, give me one day. And I will make a paper boat, sail with him on the sea. And after that, I'll gladly burn down the whole paper world, as long as he burns with me. About 10 minutes. Okay, cool. When I was rehearsing that poem, I did the last line and I was like, I'll gladly burn down the whole paper world as long as he burns with me. Because I haven't done it in a while, I hear it new. I hear it in my mind new, and I was like, oh my God, I'll burn it down as long as he burns with me. I mean, it could be like again with the script, right? I used to do theater, and Shakespeare is so great. The reason Shakespeare is so great, it's still really good. It's still really good because you can interpret it in all these different ways. You're going to do a monologue, a Shakespearean monologue, and you can perform it. You have all these choices to make about how you perform it. Well, it's the same thing with a poem. I mean, I won't do it to second period, but I could have in my mind that it's actually, the next time I perform it, that it's like a revenge piece. And how would the paper poem sound if it, I wrote this world down on paper. No, okay, I'm not gonna do it, but I mean, it could be really intense, maybe I'll try it. So, I guess we've got 10 minutes, and I have some other things, but I actually, okay, here's what's happening. I wear my heart on my sleeve it's just off, from here, out here. I'm doing these poems for you just now, right now, just now, those two poems. And I have to tell you something. The vibe in the room is amazing. It's amazing, and it's different. It's different from when I was here last time. And what I'm thinking in my mind as I'm doing those poems for you, my heart is aching for y'all. This pandemic, oh my God. I didn't have any, I was like, oh, should I talk about the pandemic? Should I do this? But in doing those poems for you just now, I have to tell you, the focus and the quiet in here is really amazing. And it's not like people are like, screw you, we don't care. In other years, it wasn't like that, but there's something here that's very special. I feel it. And I would know. Okay, I've been here for year after year after year. There's you're and I feel it. And I just wonder if maybe poems are it sounds cringy. I don't mean it's not sincere. Maybe poems are really important right now. Maybe they're more important than ever. Not because I need to feel, I want poems. It's just why are poems a thing? They're a thing because poems are we have all these emotions, we have all these experiences, and a good poem distills all that energy and all that stuff into a little thing. And there's a lot of emotion, there's a lot of stuff, and there's a lot of pain and a lot of frustration and anxiety. maybe it's a love poem, maybe it's a poem, whatever poem it is, but maybe poems are really good right now. Maybe we should all be like taking poems with a glass of water every day. Because I think in looking at you now and being with you now, this seems very clear to me. And I'm very glad that I polished up a couple poems today, because I think it really needed to happen. I don't know about you, but I mean, I'm like, I really am feeling full right now, because you all have had a very specific experience in this mess. And I don't know what that's like, but I know this high school and how truly incredible it is, and the people who teach here and clean here and make the plane fly and coach here and the amazing piano player. You're amazing. I was like, can I get a drink? Like, what bar are we at? This is fabulous. That's great. So I just want to tell you that I see you, and it's special. It's very. I really appreciate you. Being in high school during this has got to suck in many ways. However, what I'm seeing right now and feeling right now is special too, because I mean, you feel it. It's really interesting. It's really interesting, and you should be proud of it. So in the last minutes that we have, do you want to talk? Like, do you want to ask me anything about writing or anything at all? I mean, I'll just anything. Yeah.
You were saying that you performed these poems a long time ago, like 4 to 5 years, right? Do they mean anything different to you, like when you were reading them this morning and kind of revisiting it?
Okay. So that was a great question. The question was, it's been some time since you performed these poems, 4 or 5 years. Do they mean something different to you now? Yes. Yes. And it surprised me, because I didn't know that would be true. But, there was different lines. It's so weird. Like, we write down these words. Today, the greatest words of our ancestors have been saved to this day on paper, for God knows the reasons why. That line, so I said I'm not a woo person, whatever. But also, I was like, nobody knows anything. Everything's a disaster. Nobody knows anything. It's also true about, God and stuff. I used to be like, there is no God. Do you know that? No, but, so I'm, pretty chill. I'm all like, God, whatever, cool. But that line, clinging for dear life to paper, for God knows the reasons why. Today, that line feels different to me, and it's the greatest words of our ancestors have been saved to this day on paper, for God knows the reasons why. I'm not saying I'm going to church now or anything, but maybe God knows why they're saved on paper. Because that used to be a throwaway line. God knows the reasons why, I don't know. But to actually, it's like, well, maybe that means something else to me now. And I think, so yes, absolutely. And just, performing it in front of you all right now today, this morning, on January 31st, 2022, they mean something huge. So yeah, it's a good question. The answer is yes.
Question in the back.
Yeah.
Way up the top.
Me? Last row.
Oh, what's your Twitch?
Oh yeah, it's Yo Mary Fonz.
And what do you stream?
I stream a show called Quilt Nerd. If you're a nerd about anything, you'll totally get it. I'm a nerd about quilts, but I talk about quilt history. We look at really beautiful pictures and talk about art, and because quilts aren't just quilts, they're like fashion and art and history and all this stuff. So it's sometimes I'm on for 3 hours, and all my quilt nerd people are just like, oh my God, I love that quilt. I'm like, I know, guess who made it? This person, but are they dead? No, we can call them, so that's what I do. And I'm very excited because I have 126 subscribers, which, since very few cool people are on Twitch, no cool people, it's very cool because they've all come to watch the show. So yeah, you should totally check it out.
Middle right.
Yes.
Gabe, go ahead.
Oh, how did you get interested in quilts?
My mom. My mom is a quilt maker, and my mom had a television show on public television, teaching quilting. It looked like this. She was like, this is how you quilt. But she is a really famous quilter, and she had a show on PBS, and I started making quilts when I was 28, and want to be on your mom's show? And I was like, are you kidding? I need a gig. Yes. So then I was on the show too, and now I'm like Quilt World famous, man. It's true. Like I do YouTube and stuff like that, but I'm editing and all this stuff. And then, man, this is a really exciting thing too, because I'm with you giving a performance. QuiltCon is coming up in like 3 weeks in Phoenix, and I'm going. It's kind of scary. It's kind of weird. It's very scary and very weird. But I'm doing my lectures at QuiltCon, so yes, quilting. Yes, I got interested through my mom. Sorry. And it'll be the second time I perform with a mask on, so now I have some practice. Yeah.
Yeah, so when writing your poems, do you just like come up with your ideas just spontaneously, like you're just sleeping one night and you're like, whoa, paper. Is that just how you come up with your ideas?
Yeah. The question is, where do the ideas come from? Or like, how do you know, like, you're gonna write a poem? Is it like paper that sparked an idea or something? It's a really good question. I mean, I think it's a question that gets asked a lot, and I don't know that people have a really good answer for it sometimes, but I've been thinking about your question a lot. Where do ideas come from? Where do they come from? And I think the best answer is that, I said poems are really good at like distilling all of this stuff down to this little point. And I think that's what I'm trying to get to. So it is all of this stuff. With any kind of poem or any piece of writing, it's like, oh my God, there's so much stuff happening. What do I want to say about it? And that's really hard. It's really hard to figure out what you want to say about a thing, and then how do you want to say it. But I think so where do my ideas come from? They come from the whole wide world, right? But when I want to say that I'm scared about how the world is, I'm scared that it's so fragile, it could just get burned up. Well, what else is like that? Well, paper. Paper's really fragile, and it can get burned up, and it can become wet, and it's fragile. So it's like how does and just paper dolls. I probably saw like paper dolls or something like that. So it comes from all over, but it's like, what do I want to say about how I'm feeling? That's where my ideas come from. That makes sense.
So like message before comparison.
Say that again.
So it's like you come up with what the message is and then you find what to compare.
Yeah, I think, come up with what the message is, or what do I want to say, and then come up with a metaphor or something like that. It's like, what do I want to say? Now, how am I going to say that,
All right, we're
Okay.
good. Thank you, first hour. We'll see you right back again here tomorrow for students. Can't wait.
Great question.
Hello, second hour. It is good to see you today. I am Mrs. Enk. I am an English teacher here. And right now, maybe you should look at your own English teacher and wave to them and thank them for bringing you here today. There we go. A round of applause. And I do not have my own class here this period. I don't have a second hour class. So instead, my shout out will be to all of you and to your English classes. Shout out to you. Thank you so much for being here. We are so excited to be back at Writers Week 28. It is amazing, and thank you so much for being here and for bringing your enthusiasm for the week. It means everything to us. And if you are watching the live stream or watching from a dorm room, which a lot of our FREMD graduates do, we see you. We are so happy that you are here as well. So first, thank you to the FREMD boosters. If your parents are boosters, please thank them. This event would not go on without their support. Thanks to the tech crew who have been working hard since very early this morning. We appreciate you. Yes, absolutely. A round of applause for the tech crew. So every year we think, what is our best way to start Writers Week? With a lot of enthusiasm and just a love of the week, a love of writing. And every year we think like, well, Mary Fonz. She is the person who can bring the energy and the enthusiasm and truly just the love of all the written word. And so we are so grateful that Mary is able to be with us here today. She'll talk about this a little bit, but she is, in addition to living in Chicago, she also lives in London a little bit right now. And so, she had to make a tremendous effort to be here on January 31st, and we appreciate that so much. So Mary is a poet and a writer, and she writes about quilts and about life. And when we talk about Mary Fonz, we say that she does all the things because she does. And she is not a FREMD graduate, but she should have been a FREMD graduate because she loves FREMD High School. We have a love in our hearts for being Vikings, and this place feels like home to us. It also feels like home to Mary because she has been attending Writers Weeks. We were talking about it backstage, probably for the last 18 or 20 years, and we are just so grateful to have that relationship. And so I am not going to talk much more, except please join me in welcoming Mary Fonz.
Wait, what? Somebody said, is there a request? I am so young? Did I hear that? No?
Oh,
totally making things up. I'm totally making them up. So hello, hi. It's Writers Week. Writers Week 28. So I have a story to tell you, and then I'm gonna do some poems. I'm gonna share some poems, and some other things. I don't have a car in my life. And I do live in London. I forgot to mention that last period. I live in London and in Chicago, and London is very old. London is a very, very, very old city, and I really like that. It's very comforting to me because London reminds us all that we've been through all of this before, war, pandemic, good times, bad times, rich times, poor times. When you have a 2,000-year-old city like London, London's it's fine. The pandemic's, it's fine. It'll be over. It's fine. We've been here before. The plague of 1666, that came and went. You'll be fine. So it's nice to be in London, but I'm an American, so it's good to be home. Anyway, so I don't have a car here, and so I got a zip car to come here this morning. And I get in the car, and I'm going down the highway. I get on the highway, and there's no gas in the car. And that's not cool, because if you've ever had a zip car, you're supposed to put gas in it when you take it back for the next guy. So then the next guy isn't driving down the highway going to a very important gig and, has to get gas. But yeah, there was this little red dot on the fuel gauge, and it was like, it looked very scary. And so I'm like, ah! And I had to pull over as soon as I could, and so I pulled over on Diversey. That was the exit I was closest to. And I'm really mad as I'm doing this, because what I do when I come to Friend every year is I think about things ahead of time, okay? But then, and I rehearse things that I'm gonna do, or I talk to myself, I do, about things that I'm gonna say to you from year to year. But then when I get in the car to come here, I re-rehearse the stuff out loud, right? I'm rehearsing my poems or whatever I'm gonna do. And it's, when I started doing this, we didn't have like Bluetooth or like phones in the cars. So I would be like talking to myself in my car, and I looked crazy, but now I'm like, oh, people just think I'm on the phone. And I'm just really saying poems to myself out loud in the car to no one. So I'm saying my poems, and I get off on Diversey, and I'm driving to a gas station, and it turns out the car was fine. It didn't need gas. The fuel gauge is broken. Okay, that was lame. But what was very strange about that moment is that I'm not a real woo-woo person. I don't look for signs and meaning and everything, but I used to live over there. Long time ago, years ago, when I wrote the poems that I'm gonna share with you today, I was living in that neighborhood, in a studio apartment. I was so depressed. But I was, new to the city, and I was a poet, and I was performing poetry, and getting paid to do it. It was crazy. And I lived over there, like Diversey and Elston. Oh my God. And I haven't been over there in years. I don't like to go over there. There's something, I've lived in a lot of places, and I've lived in a lot of different apartments, and it's weird. It's like as soon as I move out of a place, I can't go near it again, because the memories and just the reality of that was me then. I had this life. I was living in that apartment. Oh my God, what was I doing at that time? I can't handle it. It's too much to drive past an apartment I used to live in, or go to a city I used to live in and walk down the streets I used to. It's just very weird. It's not pleasant to me. Nostalgia is not wow, we used to be here, and it's not good. I'm like, oh. So I don't go over there. I don't go to Diversey Avenue. But I had to today for gas that I didn't actually need to get. It was weird. So I'm saying the poems as I'm riding through, I'm in my old neighborhood. And that's weird. And it was pretty powerful. It was pretty powerful. And because I haven't said the poems that I'm gonna say to you in years. The past few years that I've come to Friend, I've talked about other aspects of writing. The first some years I came to Friend, it was always poems. And then it was neo-futurist plays and things. And I've done all kinds of different writing, and that's what I'm gonna talk about today too. But poems, the poems I'm gonna share, I don't really perform them anymore. And I didn't know that I would do them today or not, but as I was putting things together, I decided I would. So I wrote the poem that I'm gonna share now in that apartment that I was nearby this morning. And I remember the night I wrote it. And maybe I'll tell you about that night, but I'll tell you the poem first. Okay. This poem is for the pillow clutchers, for those looking into the imaginary eyes of the person who fills their mind with sugar plum smiles, for those who have a cannon of dreams ready and waiting to blossom, for the men and the women, for anyone who wants to be loved and understood in that way that someone who kisses you can really understand you. This poem is for you. This poem is not for the desperate, the pathetic, the lame, the loser, not for the one who hasn't gotten laid in a while, not for the one who says they're choosing, not to date for a while. There's no such thing. This poem is for the people who cannot bring themselves to admit that they would give their right leg for any length of time with the person on their mind. Forgive me I'm not a brave woman. I do not know what lurks in the hearts of humans, and I don't think I really want to know. If what's there mirrors memories I show in my face on bad days, it holds kisses that are long gone, people who have disappeared, passions that have faded into the ether of the past. Nothing lasts. And that is the one lesson this coward can say she's able to teach. This poem is for all those who wish to say, I'm sorry. I'm sorry I couldn't love you. You deserve love. I'm sorry I couldn't give something to you. You deserve to be given to. I'm sorry that for every person who loves somebody, another person just doesn't want to. And sometimes these little words are the crutches for the crush that we feel. So, this poem is a pathetic vehicle for me to tell you, each one of you, that I love you. I love you in so many ways. In the same ways that stay up nights and days, dreaming up the perfect way to be there for someone. Meals you would cook for them, poems you would write for them, and the things you plan to say when they say no. Well, I love you. And you will never know how in the sleight of a magician's hand we could have been lovers and grandly in love, could have changed the whole game, written words on the horizon, changed the compromise. But you will know something else instead. Bitter as bitter gets, more bitter than a rotten peach pit, more bitter than a child's most terrifying nightmare at night. You will know that I don't reflect what I see in your eyes. We'll share some banal recognition, some cordial understanding. But have I mentioned that I love you for not lying? Have I mentioned that I love you for not lying? So many people lying all the time, and I hate them. So I love you, but you will still go home alone. That is very hard to do. For all the humans with love for those who aren't their lovers, I love you. And so the poem ends, because we know that it will, but before it slips away, like everything else, I'll attempt the only words I can think of that are a fraction as good as a kiss. When you reach out at night and find not someone, but the cold, gray light of day that wakes you up like a slap, like a curse, like an insult, I love you. When you stay at home thinking of those who are long gone, or those who are getting kisses from someone that is not you, I love you. For those who want what they probably need, and whose bodies are starving not for food, for me, and for you, and for all the people who never knew or understood what you would do for them, I love you. I love you. I love you. So, I've never done a performance. Well, actually, this is my second performance of my life with a mask on. It's weird. It's really, I mean, it's not weird because it's not weird anymore, but it is unusual, it's a new experience, to not have my mouth to show you. I mean, my dimples are like my secret weapon. So I can't use those. So that's kind of interesting. But what's also true is that, like, I don't know, if the words are working and I'm communicating them well, I mean, we could probably all be sitting in pitch blackness. We could, it would be a little weird, but we could. Ooh, what if I do that some year, Gene? I'm like, lights off. We're gonna do like a depth sensory perception sort of, weird thing. I don't know. That gives me an idea for next year. Actually, we'll see. But yeah. So that poem, I did it for first period, and now I've done it for you, and I haven't done it in so long. And what I have found, and it's true this morning. It was true just now, and it was true last period too. There's a quality to the air in here that is really specific. Let me say it better. There's a special feeling here today. I sound like a pastor. There's a special feeling today. Can you feel it? Do pastors talk like that? I don't really know. But there is a special vibe, and I would know because I've been coming here a lot over the years. I've come here many years in a row. And it happened last period, and it happened just now, and I want to call it out and say it because it's important. We've all been through so much. We're still going through it. And as I was preparing all this stuff today, or thinking about what I was going to do, I was like, should I do something with the pandemic? Should I read something I wrote about the pandemic? Should I talk about the pandemic? Does everybody just want to not talk about that at all? No more. And so I decided not to do anything like pandemic specific, okay? But I did that poem last period, and I just did it now. And I have this theory that there's something in the room today, and I feel it, and I know, that maybe poems are very important right now. Because there's a focus to you all. There's like a very specific focus. And you might not feel focused. Might not, be like, I'm thinking of a million things, but there's a focus in the room. I have spent thousands and thousands and tens of thousands of hours on stage, and I can read a room. And it's a very, I don't know, this is getting weird, but I'm a writer, I'm a poet, so I'm gonna get weird. But like there's a tenderness here. I don't know what to say, I don't know what to call it. There's like a vulnerability or a tenderness or something. It's very beautiful, it's very cool. And friend audiences, Writers Week audiences, you're always amazing. It's great, people aren't like throwing spitballs and like, yeah, screw you, Mary, we don't care, writing, It's not like that. It's not like it's a zoo in here. But there's quiet in here today that is different. And I think, like during that poem, and I think it's really quite special. And so it makes me think about the power of writing and the power of a poem. Because what I think a poem can do, a good one at its best, it focuses things. A poem is like a really tiny point of focus. Because like life is like, and feelings are like, and like all of this stuff is like swirling around all the time. And a really good poem like distills it all down into like Thanos moment. But it's like a little point of focus. And maybe because everything's been so insane, like more than usual, that maybe poems feel really good right now because they are a little point of focus. And I don't know if that's my theory. And I haven't said thank you, actually, to you all yet. I love this high school. I love a high school. It's like, what were the great loves of your life, Mary? Like, oh, well, my husband Eric in Fremd High School, because it's a very special place, and the people who make this school and the people who attend this school, I don't know. I don't know. Writers Week, like, it doesn't happen everywhere, It really doesn't happen everywhere. It's a special kind of thing, and so I just want to thank you for listening to that poem and being here, because it's hard to get here. It's hard to get here, and I get it. So that was the first of two poems, and I'm going to tell you a little something else now. So, as I was thinking about what to say, I thought about how, what if we can't be here next year? What if Writers Week can't happen next year? What if whatever? We don't know. We don't know what'll happen. Not with a pandemic, just with anything. And I was like, if this is your chance to be at Fremd for the last time or something, knock on wood now, but what's the most important thing to say? What is the most important today? And I think the love poem is the most important thing to say to you. But then the other most important thing to say is that I keep learning that nobody knows anything. We say that we do, and people tell you that they do, and we have to go along from day to day knowing some things, but the reason I bring it up is like, I'm a writer. I'm a working writer. I write things. I make a living writing and performing to some extent, but I make a living as a writer. And it's taken me a really long time to get out of my mind that to be a writer is to be a novelist that sells a million zillion copies of a book. In my mind, it's like, that's kind of what they told me, or that's kind of the idea that I got about a writer. You know, if you're a successful writer, you're a writer who has like a book at the airport bookstore, and you're like a zillionaire, and everybody wants to turn your books into movie scripts. That's one kind of writer. That's just one kind of writer. There's a lot of different kinds of writers, and I'm a different kind of writer. I don't have a book at the airport. I haven't sold a zillion copies of a book of poems either. And because the world is very competitive, and because the world gauges success by money, you know, if you tell someone you're a writer and they're like, oh, what do you write? And let me say, if I tell someone I'm a writer and they're like, oh, what do you write? And I say, magazine articles, I wrote a blog for a long time, I wrote poetry for some time, I wrote scripts. I was a neo-futurist, you know, in Chicago, so I wrote scripts for the stage and stuff like this. And with all of that, all of these different things that I write, sometimes it still feels like I'm a fake. like I still haven't reached this threshold of like, I am a writer, and like I can just be like, hi, I'm a writer, and they'll be like, cool, you're a writer, sweet, well, all right. You know, like, but it's always got to be like I have to explain myself or something. And I want to tell you that nobody knows what being a writer means. Like, if you're a writer and you're writing things and you're working hard at your writing and reading books and stuff like that, it can be poems, it can be plays, it can be a lot of different things, and that's real. And my husband Eric, yes, and you know, I say people don't know anything, nobody knows anything. You know, the reason it's important to tell you that is because you're free. You're free. People who think they know what writing is, or people who think they know how to live life, you know, and what to do, they don't really know. Everyone is faking it. I guarantee, I promise you, everybody's faking it. Everyone is a disaster. We're all, the sooner you realize that everybody is just like total chaos and a disaster, the better off you'll be. It's like, oh, nobody knows anything. Doesn't mean you can be a jerk. It's more a reason to not be a jerk, right? But nobody really knows how to do stuff. So, like my husband, for example, Eric, I met him at a bar in Chicago on the worst day of my life, and 4 months later, we got married. You're not supposed to do that. You are definitely not supposed to do that. When people tell you how to do things, like here's how you get married, here's how you find the love of your life, here's how you do it, they do not. Oh, and Eric was a high school dropout. So they're like, you know, don't do that. But nobody knows anything. Because guess what? I met this guy. I love him more every day. He's ridiculous. And, you know, if I listened to everybody tell me how to do stuff because they think they know so much, I wouldn't have married him. But then the other example I have for you is he's real smart, okay? And he's smart in a sciencey way. I'm smart in a wordy, creative way. He's smart in a sciencey way. It's not a binary. You can be smart in lots of ways, but you know, that's his jam and this is my jam. And he really has been getting into physics. He really likes reading about like physics and stuff. And when I hear that, when I hear like he's reading physics for fun, I'm like, oh my God, like where do you start? You know, what do you do? Like physics, it's crazy. It's such a topic that seems really elite, and like you have to be like Carl Sagan or like who's the guy who wrote A Brief History of Time? Stephen Hawking. Like you have to be like, you know, a genius to study physics. That's a lie. It's a lie. What Eric has started to do, he started reading books by Michael Faraday, who's this brilliant scientist, physicist, lecturer guy, reading Nikola Tesla, and not the Elon Musk crap. I mean like Nikola Tesla, like the dude, you know. Like reading these lectures. They gave lectures, and they wrote them down. And again, Eric is like, oh my God, I'm reading this stuff. We still don't know how energy works. Like all the NASA stuff and all the, you know, these people are to be respected. I mean, come on, they know amazing things. But we still don't really know, like, we were in London, we were in a park, and we saw this hummingbird, or this, I don't know, sparrow, or it wasn't a hummingbird, but it was a bird that was just hovering in the air. I mean, it was beating its wings so fast, it was completely motionless in the air, you know, hovering. He's like, what the? How do they do that? How do they, turbulence, energy? We still don't know how this stuff works. And I say it because Eric, he didn't even finish high school, but he's really smart and he wants to know this stuff. And he's like, I can do physics. I can do it. I mean, I'm reading this stuff, I'm thinking about these things. The best brains that come up with the best ideas, they come up with it. A good idea could come from anywhere. You don't have to be sitting at MIT in a textbook to figure out how energy works. It might just be you that figures it out. So Eric's like buying magnets and like doing weird stuff, and I'm like, there goes the living room, he's gonna have like, I don't know. It's a disaster. We have big magnets. I'm like, I don't think you should put that near the computer. So, and he bought a magnet. He said, yeah, this one's like 400 pounds that I just ordered. I thought he meant 400 pounds as in like British money. Like they're called pounds, like 5 pounds. And I was like, 400 pounds? You spent 400 pounds on a magnet? He's like, no, it can lift 400 pounds. I was like, okay. Anyway, so nobody knows. You can do whatever you want. You can write whatever you want. You don't have to write a novel. You can write a poem. You can write a journal entry. You can write whatever you want. It's your work. It's yours. And it means something. And if you want to study science, you can just go study science. You don't have to wait for somebody to tell you that you got into a specific school to do it. That's a lie. So I wanted to tell you that. I felt that that was the most important thing today, to tell you that you're free. You're free. You're free. You really are, even if it doesn't feel like it sometimes. Okay. So, I wrote this world down on paper. And it's all that I have. I kept a record of the words that you said and the paper lights I have seen in the sky that fell to the earth and died. This is not solid ground. It trembles and shakes when you step down. And if you've ever been to a paper world, you know what I mean. When you walk around, you fall. Fall onto paper knees that buckle beneath the weight of your legs. Paper necks snap beneath heavy paper heads. Oh, snap. Paper clocks tell incorrect time. Paper skyscrapers scrape the skyline. And all the city's citizens want what paper needs. Strength, strong stock, safety from water. But it all comes pre-tattered, bleeding confetti-sized drops of pale ink that stain the paper streets. And I wonder, how do you keep a smile on a cutout face when at any moment fire will ravage Earth and space, reduce your planet to ash, if you bump elbows with a cigarette or a smoking campfire log, get chewed on by a dog that thinks you're the news? I have long since stopped getting the blues. There is no color here, only the absence of light. That's what white is. That's what white is, right? But if you are a paper doll too, I shall know you on sight. And if you are with me, then come with me tonight. I will match up our bodies by the tears in our arms. We will form paper barricades against matchstick harm. I will make paper love to you for as long as I can in this shreddable world. I will be your paper girl. And if rage is worth nothing on paper, then I have nothing left to say. But if the greatest words of our ancestors have been saved to this day on paper, for God knows the reasons why, then I will write this on paper and send it up to the wrathful 2D God in the sky. Make me a lover to burn with, and I will be the one who burns it all. I will do your bidding with a smile. But before the cinder sparks and the great fall and the fire starts, give me one day, and I will make a paper boat and sail with him on the sea. And after that, I will gladly burn down the whole paper world, as long as he burns with me. Thanks. Okay, so I'm talking about these different kinds of writing, right? And this is a magazine that I was editor of, and I write a lot for this magazine. The quilt thing, we talked a little bit about the quilt thing. I won't tell you too much about it. I mean, this is a book. I wrote a lot of words in this book. So I do all these different kinds of writing, right? I said that earlier. There's all these different kinds of writing. You can write magazine articles and captions in a book of photographs, and you can write, this is my journal. A couple years ago, I brought all my journals onto the stage, and we calculated that I write like 1,000 pages a year on average. 1,000 pages a year. What the hell? This chick is crazy. Sorry, but yeah, I do, and that's a kind of writing. And then there's this other kind of writing that I do, and that is something that I want to mention because there's a drama. I'm in trouble. I'm in big trouble right now because I'm into quilts, right? And it's a whole thing. Oh, and if you're on Twitch, I have a live stream show called Quilt Nerd 3 times a week. Quilt Nerd is the show, and you can go and follow Yo Mary Fons on Twitch. That'd be great. So anyway, we talk about quilts and we nerd out about quilts. Like, oh, this quilt was made by this person. Like, oh my God, it's so old. Or like, oh wow, that quilt was made yesterday. Let's talk to the person who made it. And it's just a totally nerdy show about the thing that we love, and we love quilts. So I really love them, and there's this trend right now in the world, and it's been going on for years now, where people cut up vintage quilts to make jackets and stuff, and like really dumb like collars, like quilted collar. It's so dumb, looks so bad. And I think it's really terrible because capitalism is kind of like eating our history and heritage alive with this thing. Like people just don't care about these quilts that are really beautiful and have a lot of history. They're like, yeah, but I want a coat, so and they cut it up. And I see it over and over and over again because I research quilts and I write about quilts these days. It's like a specialty that I have and have had for some years now. And I keep looking at this stuff online and I'm like, I have to say something. I have to say something about this. It's not okay. People don't know what they're cutting up. And it's women's history. Why is it cool to like cut up the history of women? This is really messed up. I gotta say something. And you're not supposed to get mad on the internet. I don't know if you've heard. It's a bad idea. It's always a bad idea. Don't get mad on the internet. Well, I got mad on the internet. I started to write a thing, and this is the notes. These are all the notes for the thing that I'm writing. It's the Cutter Quilt Manifesto. That's what they call these quilts that they cut up. They're cutter quilts. Cutter quilts. And so I'm writing this manifesto. I'm writing this whole thing. And I realize, like, I need to make a video about this. I don't want to just write a manifesto and sell it on my website like some 90s riot girl zine goddess, although I really want to do that too. But I'm going to make a video. And so I made a video. And it's called Quilt Clothes Must Die. And if you go to my YouTube channel, you'll see that I got a copyright strike this morning. Bullshit. But I'll figure it out and it'll be back up. The video started really getting around. I mean, there were like 13,000 views last night, and it was just like 2 days ago that I posted it. And maybe I know that's not that much, but it also is. Like, people's attention is just like, ah! So if you focus it for 2 seconds on a thing, it's kind of exciting. So people are mad. A lot of people are really glad that I said what I had to say, which was like, you have to stop cutting up clothes for quilts. That is crap. You cannot do it anymore. But the people who do that are like, who are you to say that? And I knew it was coming. The reason I tell you this is because this writing that I was doing about that issue became a script. And it became the script for the video, okay? And so when you see that video, and you'll see it because I'll get the dumb copyright thing taken down, I'm sure it'll be fine. But when you see that video, I think it's pretty good. And the reason that it's good is because I did a lot of writing before I made it. I knew what I was going to say. I knew what I was going to hit, the different points. If you see a really great YouTube video, there's a script. I mean, it might be a really great live stream or like somebody kicking a pigeon and it's like, that's hilarious. Like there wasn't a script. But if you see like a really good piece of content on YouTube about a thing, or whatever, if it's a nature video, whatever, there's a script. They're working with a script. It may not be lines, cue, lines, but there's a script, and that is writing. That is so important. That writing is so, so important. Is it like novelist prose writing? No. It's really good, solid, important, practical writing, and that's the kind of writing I do too. So people are mad at me. People are starting to, there's a Reddit thread, I think, now. That's exciting. So that's cool. So the troll farm is healthy and working. So I can take it because I know I spend enough time with the material and writing out the things. And actually, in the top of the video, I say, I have a whole script. I'm not going to use it. I'm just going to talk to you, which is exactly what I did. I had a whole script, and I actually didn't even need it. But I had written it, and then I just kind of was doing, I was just using the script to kind of speak extemporaneously on it. So I want to say it because we don't see any of that work when we see a video on YouTube. We don't see the writers in the movie. The writers are not in the movie, but they are the movie. And so all of these different kinds of writing that I do, it's so important for me to tell you that this is my life as a writer. I made a YouTube video, and it looks the way it does because I'm a writer. And I did that poem for you just now, and that other poem for you just now. And those aren't in any books of poems that are sold at a bookstore. The people who have copies of the poems that I shared with you, a lot of friend students have copies because I sold my chapbook here when I had a chapbook. I would sell it here from year to year. A lot of people have that poem, but they didn't buy it in a bookstore. And it doesn't mean that that poem isn't pretty important. I would say it's pretty important. And there's no ISBN on it. And so, you're free. You're free to write a really important poem that isn't printed in a book. And you're free to start studying magnets and figuring out energy, because believe me, it would be great if someone would figure out energy and how turbulence works and stuff. It'd be great. And you're free to do it. You don't have to have permission from somebody. I don't have to have permission. My poem doesn't have to be validated by Penguin Random House for me to tell you that I love you. And that's a poem, that I wrote. So it's important. And so how did it get to be that late? You got 5 minutes? Okay. Do you have any questions? I can't believe that went so quickly. Because I thought I would just ask you if you had one of the...
Right here in the front row.
Yeah, hey.
It's not really a question, but I just want to give you a sincere appreciation.
Oh, thanks.
Your fun-loving nature is as comfortable as a quilt.
Oh, okay.
Can you say, not because I want to hear it again, but just because it's so beautiful. Can you say that again?
Your fun-loving nature is as comfortable as a quilt. Thank you for presenting today, Ms. Foms.
What's your name? What is it? Bebe. You are a delight. You have made my day. And also, thank you so much. And also, Natasha. Natasha came up and talked to me before first period, and she couldn't be here, but Natasha, wherever you are, I love you too. That is lovely. Well, you know what? The other thing is really true about not knowing anything. And people don't know anything, and so you have to just do you. Some performers, it's like there's this wall. People talk about it, the fourth wall, or whatever. There's the performer and the audience. But there isn't a wall. It's kind of crazy, but there's not actually a wall. Now, when you're doing theater, that's part of the thing. But I like to we're just here together, right? So what are we afraid of? I'm not afraid of just talking to you because we're just people. We're just hanging out in a room. That's probably also experience talking because I've been on stage so much I'm not too scared of it. But if I have a fun-loving nature, it's because we're all just here in a room together. It's cool, Anybody else? Anything else? Is there time? Not anyone. Okay. No other questions. Well, you remember I used to do the poems, the Insta poems? I don't think we have time. Oh yeah, there's one. Up top, yes.
You mentioned that you live in London. Do you consider London as a city have any effect on your writing style?
Oh, that's so good. Does London have an effect on my writing style? Yes, because it reminds me. Have you ever been to London? Anybody? There are plaques. Yeah, there's these blue plaques up all over the city. And it's Charles Dickens. It's where he lived. Charles Dickens, John Lennon, William Shakespeare. They put these plaques where those people lived. And it's all of the writers, they're everywhere. Philip Larkin, my favorite poet. Yeah, so London inspires me because it's wow, look at all these dead writers. I'm alive. That's cool. I better write something, And London, I love it. It's really old. I think I mentioned that. It's nice being there because, we're going to get through this, everybody. We really are. We're really going to get through it. And London is proof. The whole city burned down. And then they just rebuilt it. Same with Chicago. We're going to be okay. We're going to be okay. I promise. I promise. Let me see. Wait, hold on. There was something I was gonna do. If someone has a question, please let me know. But I can come up with that. Oh yeah, you want to know the best joke I've ever heard? Here, I'll tell you the best joke. Listen. Somebody writes jokes too. These jokes have to be written down before they can be told, or maybe not. But here's this one. It's really weird. Okay. So this guy is standing there one day, and his friend comes up to him, and he's got a big orange head. his friend has this big orange head. And he's like, oh my God, Jimmy, what happened? And he's like, I got 3 wishes. I found this lamp and I brought it and Judy came out and I got 3 wishes. And friend's like, whoa, what happened? Ugh, like something went wrong, like what happened? And he's like, well, I asked for my first wish and I wanted $1 billion. And the friend's like, well, what happened? He's like, I got $1 billion. And he's like, well, what else did you wish for? And he's like, well, I wish for the love of my life to come walking in the door. And he's like, oh man. And he's like, yeah, and it happened. The love of my life came right in the door. And the friend's like, well, what was the 3rd thing? Like, how did it? And he's like, I wish for a big orange head. I told you, it was very weird. It's great, right? I don't know. I think it's great. Thank you. It's really something to tell a joke and be like, it's great. No, I think it's great. Let me tell you how to feel about that. Oh goodness. Well, there were more questions in the last period, so you see, I apologize. I had to do a little extra. Yes. Oh no, you? Yeah. Okay. Yes. My favorite poem that I've written is, I have to say it's the Love You poem. It's the I Love You poem. It just is, because that poem, and Ms. Ink was saying, there's thousands of FREM students have heard that poem, thousands of them, because about 500 in an assembly or an auditorium at given time, 2 periods a year, thousands of them have heard it. And what was really crazy is that poem, when I met Eric, I felt like the love that I have given out year after year after year, here and in other places where I've performed that poem all over the place, when he came in that door, all the love I had given out to everybody was like a boomerang, and it came back, and I got a little bit of it back. I get it back whenever I do it, but so I think that's my favorite poem, because maybe it is kind of woo-woo, maybe there's really something to it, That's my favorite. I like poems that I did not write, though. Poems by other people are really sometimes my favorite poems. And just so you know, there have been times in my life where I've been like at a party or like around a campfire, like you're hanging out with people. A bit of advice: learn a poem. Find a poem that you love and learn it, memorize it by heart. Because I'm telling you, maybe not today, maybe not tomorrow, and you don't want to be cringy about it. You don't want to be like, you guys, would you like to hear a poem that I've memorized? But there could come a time where it's like the perfect moment, and you're like, hey, you want to hear a poem? And you do it. And you win the party. You win the party. Thanks, everybody. Be good. Bye.
2, 1, check. Check 1, 2. 2, 1.
Yeah. See? That's why I get help from the guy right here. All right. Welcome. They should never turn these off because I don't know how to turn them on. Welcome, everybody. It is Writers Week 28. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Oh, this is a good audience, I can tell already. Now, for future reference, if we ever get jammed up and you need a seat, grab the best seat of the house here on stage. I've got seats to my right, seats to my left. How cool is that? So give it a try. First off, to make this thing happen, we have to thank a few people. We've got the administration, your teachers, boosters, and most importantly, Mr. Anderson, Miss Inc., who put this whole thing together. Give them a round of applause. I've got 3 brilliant teachers ready to read for you today. And really, when I look at this group of 3, to me, they're like real-life superheroes. They each have a superpower. If you have Mr. Elza, this guy, yes, there you go. Oh, wow. Wow. This guy can fix any engine. He can take it apart, put it back together in like 5 seconds. Then you've got Mr. Karash. He can build anything. Like, you give him some paper and some tape, he'll make you a plane, okay? I'm not kidding. And then you've got Mr. Dawson. Just name any movie quote. Boom! He'll tell you which one it is. Now, I'm a boxing fanatic, and I've given them each a fight name for today. So this is each of their nicknames. First, coming to the podium, we have the Towering Inferno, Steve Elza. I negate that. They switched the order on me. Instead, we have Grant, the Bearded Wonder, Dawson. Why can't I be the Towering Inferno? You know why. I like how their talents are like, they can build things, they can fix things. Mr. Dawson sits on a couch and watches movies. We all have superpowers. Mr. Dawson's lazy. All right. Hi, everyone.
Hi, Mr. Dawson.
Hi, everyone.
Hi.
There we go. Look at you sitting every other. So nice. All right. It's funny that Mr. Harridges talked to me or said that about me with movies because that's literally what I'm talking about today. So, all right, right on. The Bearded Wonder it is. All right, here we go. I'm going to talk about movies. I'm going to talk about my baby boy. So let's just jump into it. I have a little presentation for you. The world today is chaotic, isn't it? Yeah, just a little bit. These past 3 years have shown us that. We're constantly searching for something, anything to make us happy. In the Dawson household, it's been movies. I'm sure some of you are the same way. There comes a time when we simply need to escape the world around us and get whisked away to a new world that teaches us something about ourselves. And courtesy of my son, Max, we've been using my parents' Disney Plus account to its full extent. But before we get to Disney, though, let's cover some of the other educational programs old Maxie boy has been consuming before we got to movies. There is Coco Melon. Which teaches life lessons like the importance of recycling, sharing, and brushing your teeth. There's Baby Einstein, which avoids overstimulation in favor of teaching words and phrases. And then there's Blippi, a grown man in orange suspenders and glasses who plays and talks like a toddler. This grotesque man-child plays on playgrounds, learns how to make popsicles, drops things in water to see if they float, and more. This, somehow, is equivalent to baby crack. He is currently worth $40 million. $40 million. As Max has gotten older, he's graduated from these shows to full-length movies, and I'm such a proud dad. His father, the cinema teacher. I can't wait to show him all the great movies that are out there. I'm the master, he's the apprentice. I'm Emperor Palpatine, he's Darth Vader. When he started showing us an attention span that lasted longer than 2 minutes, I knew it was time to start numbing his brain with cinema classics. But we all have to crawl before we can walk, so Disney movies, it was. No one can deny that Disney movies are undoubtedly classic. They've touched the hearts of millions and inspired generations to treat others with kindness. And as I mentioned before, they are the peace in the chaos, happiness in the gloomy shadows of the past 3 years. But as my son grows up, his attention span hasn't. I first realized this when watching his first few Disney movies. Take Cars, for example. I legitimately do not know how Cars ends. All I know is that Lightning McQueen had to fix a road or something in Radiator Springs. That's as far as I got. Sorry. Someone over there went, Luca, I saw the first 30 minutes of that movie approximately, and I am not kidding, 50 times. We first watched it over the summer. I finally saw who won the Porto Rosso Cup a month ago, but not because Max watched it. Max abandoned watching it, and I couldn't move off the couch. I looked at my wife, hands shaking like I had just seen a ghost. Please, I said to her, I need to see how it ends. I just can't take it anymore. Maybe it's because I'm going insane from watching Judy Hopps get on the train for Zootopia for the 35th time, but I'm starting to see trends in these movies. And not all of them are good, as you'll find out. I've run the numbers, my lovely audience. On average, Max has watched the first 39 minutes of every Disney movie we've shown him. It's funny, right? Well, it's funny until you realize that my son has only seen the first half of these movies. Well, so what, you might be thinking? What's the big deal? Well, he hasn't seen the whole Disney movie, beginning, middle, end. And therefore, that means he only sees the setup to the life-changing morals of these stories. He's only seen the problems. He hasn't seen the lesson brought to completion. I know that Elsa and Anna saved the day, but he doesn't. Max is playing with half a deck. So I couldn't help wondering, what is Max's takeaway from these movies if he stops watching them halfway? Now, I don't want to go too overboard here and use my time at Writers Week to create a multi-point presentation breaking down the existential negativity present in the first half of Disney Pixar movies. Instead, I'll use my time at Writers Week to create a multi-point presentation breaking down the existential negativity present in the first half of Disney Pixar movies. Welcome, everyone. I'm excited to share my thoughts with you. Now, to begin with, I'd like to start with one of the most foundational things that children learn in life and also in Disney movies: the importance of family. That is, as long as you watch the whole movie. Watch as much as Max Dawson has, and we have some issues. We'll begin today's lecture with part 1, the parental problem. Max has watched roughly the first half of such classics as Brave, Finding Nemo, Moana, Coco, and Luca. Throughout these movies, one learns how a family's overprotectiveness and demand for obedience is out of love, but ultimately restricts a child's independence. Merida bonds with her family. Marlin realizes sometimes people have to leave the reef. Miguel's family learns that the past is nothing to be afraid of. A balance must be found for everyone to achieve their purpose. What a wonderful idea. Here's what Max has learned by not getting past the first 25 minutes of these movies. Here's what Max has seen. Don't disobey your parents or they'll turn into bears. Don't disobey your parents or you'll be lost forever with no hope of returning home. Don't disobey your parents or you'll be imprisoned by a demigod in a cave. Don't disobey your parents or they will destroy your belongings and send you to the underworld. Or my personal favorite, courtesy of Luca, don't disobey your parents or humans will murder you. But the fun doesn't stop there. Let's move on to another lighter topic, part 2, the crippling destruction of self. Disney Pixar movies have long taught children to be proud of who they are. In some cases, they're misunderstood. In others, they're outcast or looked down on. But what intrinsically links all of them is the need to be seen as what they are. Aladdin realizes that honesty and integrity is worth everything. Lightning McQueen understands that having an ego only hurts in the long run, etc., etc. Again, let's take a look at what Max has seen because he can't sit his butt down and finish a movie. Money can, in fact, buy happiness and an elephant. No problems exist as long as you own an elephant. You know, on second thought, you actually don't need friends. And then we found some similarities here. Being different is wrong. Being different is wrong. Being different is also wrong. And then in walks Wreck-It Ralph with this little nugget of wisdom. No matter who you are on the inside, people won't like you. I think that's it. Oh wait, no it's not. Part 3, the sweet taste of existential dread. Ah yes, I'm sure that Max would love to know about his place in the universe. He deserves to know that the world he inhabits trends toward goodness, that whether or not you believe in karma or faith, there are intangible connections to everyone around us. Too bad Disney couldn't do me a favor and talk about it in the first half hour of these ones. Courtesy of Bolt, Max has understood that animal cruelty will go unpunished. I had to pick the cutest picture of Bolt, too, for that one. Toy Story. Your friends will eventually grow tired of you and search for new happiness. Courtesy of Soul, even if you have unresolved goals, the cosmos will never allow you to complete them. And most recently, due to Encanto, if you don't have a unique gift, you don't serve a purpose. Now, never fear. The rundown of movies has been very sobering, I'm sure. But I have some good news. Just last week, Max finished his very first movie. Yeah, that's right. Any guesses on what it was? Nope. It was The Secret Life of Pets. And yes, the movie talks about how friendship and being accepting of others is the key to a happy life. But what does Max see? Max sees himself. Literally. You see, the main character of that movie is also named Max. And in my son's beautiful young mind, that is him. When Max the dog is sad, my Max looks at me and says, "Why am I sad, Daddy?" And we talk. When Max the dog is happy, my Max is happy too. That's what movies are about, after all, aren't they? To be transported somewhere new and learn something about yourself. What a joy it is to see. And to be there as he works through emotions and conflicts is enlightening. Which brings me to the happy conclusion that in the midst of all the negativity that could surround us, even with half the information, my son has shown me to be happy with what I have in the moment. To be sad, to be happy, to laugh, to cry, and to always pump my fist when the song Try Everything from Zootopia comes on. That's the best lesson that it's taught us. Now, if he can just stop watching Blippi, I'll be a happy camper. Thank you very much.
Wow, how is Blippi worth $40 million? He's still creepy. All right, so now we actually have a duo tag team, like wrestling, I like it. We've got the Towering Inferno and MacGyver Mike, bringing it to you, Steve Elza, Mike Karash.
Deafening screech as I was disconnecting that. Towering Inferno is going to sit down.
Hi, everybody. Whoa. Hello. Thank you.
Wow, it's definitely Monday morning.
I gotta bring up our notes here so I know what we're talking about. Well, that was great. Mr. Dawson was wonderful. Mr. Elza and I are not as good. And that's what we're gonna talk about today. I don't feel worthy or prepared to be up here and talk to you. Mr. Elza?
Oh, you're putting it off on me?
Do
You're
you?
more worthy than I am.
Okay. So, Mr. Elza had a question for you. Go ahead, Elza, ask your question.
So you do not have to raise your hand, but I want to know how many people in this room feel unworthy, whether it be in your classes, your family, significant others, friends, jobs, sports, activities. And again, you don't have to raise your hand, but that's what we're going to talk about today, because I'm absolutely going to raise my hand high and not proud, but I'm going to raise it high.
So we've had this running joke going. Mr. Elza, for those of you who don't know, Mr. Elza to my left won the 2015 Illinois Teacher of the Year. Yes, that's right. You should clap. That's right. That's right. It was 7 years ago, though, so it doesn't count. It's sort of been our running joke that when he won this award, which was very well deserved, he kept saying, no, you deserve it more than I do. Lots of people deserve it more than I do. And I'd say, no, that's not true. So I would just drop into his class whenever possible and say, hey, did you guys know he was the 2015 Illinois Teacher of the Year? Much like I just did with you, because that's pretty important. You can't see him blushing behind his mask, but he is.
The sweat is starting, though.
That's right. So what we're going to do today is we're going to have a little worthy off. We're going to just discuss how we got where we are and how we felt when that was happening, and see maybe if you guys are in the same position. Talk about where that goes. So we're going to start with little Elza, which I'm not sure how little he ever was, but we're going to start with little Elza. Tell us about little Elza.
So many don't know, and this is one of the things. I think sometimes that we think of, well, and we'll talk about my high school experience, but I thought of adults as not always a positive figure, and a lot of that came from my childhood. My mom and dad divorced when I was 4 or 5 years old. My sister, who's a year younger than me, and my mom moved to Illinois. My dad stayed in Wisconsin, remarried, started a new family, and had no time for my sister and I. In divorce, there's always agreements, and we were supposed to spend our summers with him because he was 8 hours north of us. And he never had the time to come see us. Even though we would spend our summers with our grandparents in Wisconsin, an hour from him, he wouldn't make the time to come down and see us for even a weekend. And so from an early age, I was always fighting for that worthiness of someone else. And I did have an incredible, let me just share this, I had an incredible mother that worked 2 and 3 jobs to provide everything she could for us. But that wasn't always enough. We lived in a 2-bedroom apartment. My sister and I shared a room. My mom had her own room. Paper towels were a luxury. I got 1 pair of shoes. You see how big these clodhoppers are? They did not grow this big overnight. And so there was a lot of times that I fit into shoes that I was a shoe or 2 shoe sizes off because we didn't have money to buy another pair. And so for me, there was a lot of times in my childhood that I didn't feel like I deserved anything better.
It's pretty good.
You got one?
It's pretty good. So I peaked in 1st grade. That's it. That was it. I took some tests before 1st grade, and they're like, hey, you're smart. We're going to put you in a magnet school. So they take kids and put them in a school because they think they're smart. And I was the worst student in that class for the next 8 years. Where I went, there was all elementary school. There was no middle school, so it was K through 8. And so I was the worst student, basically, throughout that entire time. And that's pretty rough, you know? I mean, okay, you go to the smart kid school, but being the worst kid at the smart kid school, it still feels like being the worst kid, which is pretty tough. Just a couple of highlights here I wrote down. I was not, what's the word, popular. And so to remedy that, I thought in 6th grade I would just get a catchphrase, because obviously that's what I needed. And so I chose the word bonus. And I was like, that's going to be my thing. That's going to be my what you talking about, Willis, which is probably a dated reference. But I was like, I'm just going to say bonus to like everything. Someone's like, hey, what's going on? I'd be like, bonus, right? That's what I thought would make it. And I like cut out like letters out of magazines like, kidnappers do. And cut them out, paste on my desk, bonus, bonus, bonus. Because that was going to be my thing. It didn't, spoilers, it didn't take off. I was kind of surprised. But let's see. In the summer before 8th grade, I had a little crush on a girl, and her name was Heidi, Hydee, and she introduced herself that way, and I was like, that's crazy, because my name is Mikey, Mykee, which it's not. And so, like, going into 8th grade, like, I was committed. We went to the same school. And so the first day of 8th grade, the teacher's like, write your name on a little tent and put it on your desk. You guys have done that, right? And I'm like, well, here I am. We're in it now, Mykee. Which makes it considerably more embarrassing is the fact that, again, as I said, we were in the same class, K through 8. So, like, the rest of my class was fully aware that my name was not Mikey, Mykee. But to the teacher's credit, she played along. So that was good. The last thing, it didn't work out with Heidi, so sorry. So I did tell folks in 8th grade that I was dating a girl, and they're like, bring in a picture, which I couldn't because I wasn't dating a girl. So eventually I just cut out a picture out of a magazine and brought it in. What I didn't realize was that Kate Moss was famous. Like, people knew who Kate Moss was because she was like an incredibly successful supermodel. And so that ruse was discovered real quick. I think I win.
I don't know.
All right, let's move on to high school. Oh, tell us about high school.
Well, let's start off in 5th grade.
Okay.
Since we're going through the grade school, let's talk a little 5th grade. So 5th grade was the first time I failed a class. Like, straight up got an F on a report card. And as the biggest person in my class, as Mr. Crash alluded to, I've never been the small person, whether it be width or height. And I was crying like a baby. But I got all this attention by it. So I talked about this non-worthiness growing up, and I was like, oh, I got all this attention. Like, people want to help me. I can do better at this. So that perpetuated from first grade all the way through middle school, all the way through high school, and then I got my driver's license. So people ditch school for a number of reasons. Hopefully none of you in here do. Because I missed out a lot. Looking back on that, I missed out a lot on that. But I would drive, and we would look at cars. As an automotive technology teacher, I'm sure that you never expected me to ditch class to either work on cars or go look to buy cars. But that's what I did. So we get into high school, and again, I'm continuing this failing trend, and I had a counselor that called me in her office and told me that you are failing at school, you're a loser, we need to find something for you to be a contributing member of this society. And although that was instead of getting the attention that people cared and they wanted to help me, that was the punch in the gut that you really are a loser. Little did she know, though, that they sent me off to a tech school. We didn't have automotive at my high school. But I went to this tech school, and I met the single teacher that I can talk about that changed my life. And this man not only followed me through high school, but he is the reason that I went to college. He was never the pushing. He was never the, you need to do this. He accepted me for who I am. When I did ditch school, I always made it to his class. And I remember one day him standing at the back door, because I'd always sneak in the back door. And he goes, how's your day been so far? And I said, today's great. And he goes, well, I talked to your mom earlier today because the school finally caught on that you and your friend call each other in. Remember, I don't have a dad in the house, but my dad was calling me in all these absences. So he laid into me like a father figure should. Jim Crudel is the reason that I went to college. I was the first person in my family to go to college because someone cared about me. someone's seen worthiness in me that I didn't see in myself. I could go down the rabbit hole of girlfriends, and I don't think I'm not going to share that travesty right now. But I know that things are extremely difficult, at least they were for me. And I did find that one worthy person in high school, or that one person that's seen worthiness in me.
I see worthiness in you, Steve.
I love you too, Michael. Mikey.
Yeah. That was a... Why you gotta do me like that? That was a little bit of a humble brag, that how long the girlfriend story is. Anyway, not all of us have a long story, Steve. All right.
We'll save it for college.
So I moved here. I went to Friend High School, where you are. Yeah, thank you. And we moved here right before my freshman year. So it was like a totally fresh start. I didn't know anybody. So like naturally, I wore denim on denim, denim jacket, denim shirt, denim jeans. Yeah. Well, I mean, if you're gonna go, you gotta go all in. Steve, what was your GPA in high school?
I do not know. I was about this far from being a high school dropout.
Yeah.
So I'm pretty sure we would be competing for numbers.
I know mine. I looked it up. My GPA in high school was 1.6, 1.7. Yeah. Some of you were like, that's pretty good. Good job.
A little applause there.
Yeah. I missed 28 days my sophomore year of school. And the reason I bring this up is not a brag at all. It's not a brag. But our point, Steve and I have been talking about this for years, is like we were not great students. Nobody would have looked at us sophomore year in high school and been like, you know what they're going to be? Teachers. Right? And not only teachers, like teachers that win awards and stuff. Right? Like, it wouldn't have been, personally, to ourselves, we wouldn't have said that about ourselves. Like, that wouldn't have happened. For me, this room, I would spend a lot of time in the theater, doing theatery stuff, tech crew, and being on stage and all that kind of stuff. And that was really important to me. And then I had a teacher, an electronics teacher, Chuck Chamberlain, who, he made this building a home for me. And not everything here was for me. I only took 3 science classes while I was here. You're usually supposed to take 4. I only took 3 math classes. I think I took 2 years of French, although I'm not totally certain if I passed that second year. I have to check the records on that. But I never considered college a possibility. Never. It wasn't even a thought. At the time, we didn't all take the SAT or ACT. You had to pay for it and schedule it. Both things I didn't do. So when it came I don't know, when do you do college stuff? In February, March, April, I think it was May. I was like, what am I gonna do next year? I gotta do something. And my friends are like, yeah, you had to do all this stuff. And I was like, I didn't do any of that. But then there was a woman who came to me from DeVry, which as anybody knows, that's still a university? Did they get shut down? I don't know. So DeVry College is a for-profit college. And they just came to my house and they're like, if you just sign this thing, you go to college. And I was like, well, that was easy. Oh man, everybody had to do all this other stuff. And I'm just like, bloop, bloop. Because they are a for-profit institution. And I'll tell you more about that after we hear from Steve's college story over there.
Well, I got you beat on the timing.
Impossible.
So you guys you all get a little bit early dismissal from high school. We went into the middle of June. So obviously, by the time I graduated high school, I was 6'8", and I was still 300 pounds. I'm probably more rounder now. I was a little more lean, but I'm still 6'8", 300 pounds. And I said, I finally figure out I want automotive as my passion. I want to go to Southern Illinois University. The middle of July, my mom and I are driving down to Southern Illinois University. It is 95 degrees and 100% humidity. And we're walking around these World War II bomb bunkers. And I'm like, what did I get myself into? But as walking around these places, that feeling I got when I walked into Jim Crudo's classroom in high school, I got that home feeling and don't ask me why a World War II bomb bunker feels like home. But the teachers that were there, the instructors, there were no students because it was the middle of summer. But I felt home again. So I went to college. No one in my family had gone to college. What the heck is a FAFSA? Oh yeah, you were supposed to fill that out in January, 8 months ago. Yeah, so I had no idea about that. So I was paying the price for the student loans. Those were beautiful. But I found myself trying to find my place again. My automotive was good, but I now had left my automotive family that I had built at home in high school for this new home. And so again, that unworthiness creeps back in. And so I found alcohol as an easy lubricating factor to make those connections with, whether it be girls, friends, and, whatever it was that I wanted to make those connections with. And it led me to a lot of the bad friends. And so I had this great start to my freshman year, and then all of a sudden, this fall off. And there was no one to give me that kick in the rear end except for Jim Crudel. And it was like, what are you doing? You're spending all this money, and I'm sure Crash is going to share his money situation with DeVry. But it was a kick in the rear end. And I did end up graduating with a 3.5. So that was much better than high school. But again, it wasn't because I couldn't do it, it's because of that continual, me beating myself up. And so college is absolutely a time to find yourself. I think I'm still searching, and so I'm still taking college classes, but it was a difficult but an eye-opening experience.
Nice. So I went to DeVry, and I made it 2 trimesters, and then I didn't I didn't sign up for the next class. There was a class you had to take, and I didn't sign up for it. They don't have counselors, or if they did, I never saw one. And so I didn't sign up for this thing, and they're like, well, you can't take classes then. And I was like, well, all right. And at that time, I was, this is going to be a common theme here, I was dating somebody, and this one was requited, so that's nice, at least it was, until I followed this girl to the University of Illinois. And I was like, yeah, okay, I'm going to go to U of I, it's going to be great. And I moved down there, and then we broke up a week and a half after I moved down there. Yeah, it was fast. I think she was like, I was trying to get away. So, I got a job at IHOP. I was waiting tables in Urbana and going to classes for a semester, and then dropped out. And I didn't realize at the time, I just didn't register for the next classes, and that's kind of what dropping out is. I figured you had to declare it, You had to stand on the quad and be like, I'm dropping out! But you just don't sign up. And so there I was, waiting tables and doing nothing else, right? I was waiting tables, and I was lying to people. They were like, oh, do you go to school? And I was like, yep. It wasn't until I actually was, hanging out with some people there. We're getting up on time here. I was hanging out with some people there, and one person was like, are you in school? And I hesitated, and he's like, hey, it's okay. It's all right. I'm not in school either. I'm just doing this thing. And I was like, yeah, okay. And when we talked about this worthiness thing, that moment kind of stood out to me, because that guy was like, yeah, you're still a person. You're still worthy. You're still, doing things. It's great. And thank goodness for those people that got me into it. The teachers here that were like, hey, you enjoy this. You enjoy teaching. Let's get you into teaching. I became a biology teacher, having only taken 3 science classes in high school, and a technology teacher. And that's been awesome. But we have not a ton of time left, so let's talk about Mr. Elza's award. Let's talk more about that. So in 2015, Mr. Elza won Illinois Teacher of the Year. Tell us a little about that, Mr. Elza.
But hold on here. So how much time do we have?
Not nearly enough to say what you want to say.
Okay. 7 minutes. We have 7 minutes. And I wanted to make sure we got to this because Crash, he purposely left out his award on here.
Yeah, there's nothing on here about
so,
that.
I don't know if you all know, but if we're going to have this unworthiness competition here, Mr. Crash is the national. I am the state, Illinois State Teacher of the Year. This is the national PLTW, which is Project Lead the Way, Teacher of the Year.
Don't clap.
Exactly. And I seen myself in him. Both of us, when we were named these prestigious honors, every one of us would start the first, every speech I gave, I started with, I am not the best teacher in this room. I'm not the best teacher in my high school, and I'm not the best teacher in my department. And that's the truth of it. There are times when the kids that are in front of me, you know, I was having a conversation about Mikey Truver, and it is actually Mikey, not EE, but EY.
Okay, that's good. We'll consider it.
But I was talking about the things that I learn from my students that are out there. You know, and they're the teacher in my classroom. And so that's really the beautiful part, is that we get these honors, but I seen Crash, and this was literally earlier this year. And Crash is his family's in there, the CEO of PLTW is in there, and they're handing him this honor, and he's got flowers and balloons. I'm like, why does Crash want flowers and balloons? But he's getting this honor, and they're, you know, doing an article on him, all this stuff, and you can find the article. I just heard it's in the curriculum guide, or there's an article out there.
No, I don't think so.
We'll post the article up for you.
You can't find it.
But again, he just like shrinks into this, that for a guy that has such an eloquent speaking, such knowledge come out of his mouth, just, I don't want to talk to anyone right now. And I could see, and that's why this conversation today was so dang important, is that I could see him shrinking in. And you can't see it behind the mask, but you know, when people talk about 2015 Illinois Teacher of the Year, it was an honor, but it was like, I'm like, no, it's not. There's more deserving people in this building, more deserving people in this room right now. And so going through that, I found that I might not believe that I'm the best in this room right now, but I am deserving to be recognized for what I do. And it's still hard. And the best compliment I have is that I've met these teachers from across the country. And I've gotten to travel with a number of them. The Nebraska Teacher of the Year, the Pennsylvania Teacher of the Year, and the Utah Teacher of the Year. And we're still planning. It's hard to get a hold of, but the Northern Mariana Islands, Marvin, has traveled with us as well.
Nice.
But every summer we get together and we continue this relationship of friends and accepting each other for who they are. But here's the beautiful part, is that I get to share those incredible people with people that I work with, people that I interact with at other schools. And so in this kind of full circle deal, from this 6'8", 300-pound glasses, one pair of shoes, clumsy, awkward, you know, I would love to say it was just teenage years, but my entire academic career, into this person that's able to build these strong relationships with my kids, people in other states, other countries. It truly is I still don't feel worthy, but I'm getting better each and every day.
And that's what we want to bring to you guys, that wherever you are at right now, I mean, you never know, right? You are worthy. You have amazing things that you can do, even if you have a, GPA that you're not proud of right now, or you've changed your name in a fickle effort to impress somebody. You have worth, right? You can be something amazing. And also, it's great to have a friend who will lift you up, right, when you're cutting yourself down. When you don't feel worthy, somebody tell you that you're doing a great job. And I'm lucky to have Mr. Elza for that.
No, I'm the lucky one.
Thank you.
Thank you all very much.
We got a couple minutes. If anyone has any questions for any of our panelists up here, raise your hand and I will call on you. Any questions for our panelists? Who's got one? Who's got one? Where? Oh, okay, what do you got?
How good was the coffee?
Mr. Dawson, how good was the coffee?
The coffee was delicious. Thank you very much. I saw him at Starbucks. He was working behind the counter, and he helped my wife and I buy some coffee. So it was great. Thank you very much.
Your coffee is worthy.
All right, we're good. Thank you, guys. Have a good one.
All right.
you hear him? Let's hit it. Thank you, Gina and Russ. You were awesome.
Awesome. Thanks, crew. Hello, everybody. Go ahead and find your seat. Thank you all so much for being here today. Thank you to your teachers who brought you here today. They're amazing. We want to say an extra special thank you to Mr. Anderson and Mrs. Enck who put this whole thing together. They are wonderful, wonderful humans. Thank you so much. Yeah. And of course, a quick thank you to all of our families who are boosters. If your family members are boosters, please go home and say thank you to them for helping us put this together. And a big thank you to our tech crew up top who's running the show. We appreciate you. Yes. I'm Miss Quinn, and today I am honored to be here today to introduce our next speaker. Our next speaker is Sam Weller. Sam Weller is a 2-time Bram Stoker Award winner and an authorized biographer of legendary writer Ray Bradbury. Weller's book, The Bradbury Chronicles, The Life of Ray Bradbury, was a national bestseller and winner of the 2005 Society of Midland Authors Award for Best Biography. It was also a huge inspiration to me and to the theater department here when we put on a Ray Bradbury play a couple years back. And so it was a great inspiration and a great tool for us to have as well. In addition to his works as a biographer, Weller is the former Midwest correspondent for Publishers Weekly magazine, and his personal essays have appeared in the Paris Review, on the NPR program All Things Considered, and in Slate magazine, among others. His short fiction has appeared in numerous books, anthologies, literary journals, and magazines, including Printers Row Journal, Rosebud, The Chicago Reader, and others. Recently, his short story collection, Dark Black, was published in just 2020. And we are so lucky to have him today because he's wonderful, and also lucky to have him today because today is his birthday. And how fortunate are we to have someone here who's willing to spend their birthday with all of us. So please put your hands together and welcome Sam Weller.
Wow, thank you guys so much. I've got to say, this is my first in-person event in 2 years. What a freaking honor to be at FREM. So cool. Thanks so much to the faculty who worked so hard to put something like this together. You guys are very lucky. I hope you realize how lucky you are to have an event like this. I think that storytelling and understanding storytelling is so important to everything you're all going to do, particularly if you're in the process of applying for colleges, because your teachers and I were just speaking before this that your applications for college admissions committee, and I teach at Columbia College in Chicago, and I've served on these admissions committees. They want to see storytelling in these essays. They want you to tell a story about who you are. They want to get a sense of the person in the essay. And so I think to celebrate and talk about the nature of story and language and poetry and the musicality of language and why story is so fun and writing is cool is really important to remind all of you. It was really nice to come in here and watch the event before this. The humility of these remarkable instructors who just spoke was really refreshing. Just so much grace. So what an honor to follow them. They talked about modesty, and I think that's a really important thing, you know, and humility is a really important thing. And they also talked about love, and that's part of my writing story, too. I moved across the country to a writing job, and I moved to a new city in Texas because I had fallen in love. And before my U-Haul was even unpacked, I moved to Houston, Texas, chasing love in my 20s. And before my U-Haul was even unpacked, I got dumped. But I also got my first writing gig at a newspaper, and it changed my life. It was the beginning of now a long career, 6 books, a graphic novel, thousands of articles for magazines and radio programs. So it turned out to be a very good thing. As was stated in the introduction, I'm the biographer of Ray Bradbury. I hope you all know who Ray Bradbury is. I think, personally, this is the greatest, this sounds massive, like a massive hyperbolic overstatement. I think Ray Bradbury is the greatest bridge author of the 20th century. And by bridge author, I mean to take readers over from The Hunger Games or Twilight or Harry Potter over to literature. Because Bradbury wrote about dinosaurs and rocket ships and dystopian societies where books are burned because they empower us and they give us ideas. He wrote ghost stories. He wrote stories about carnival freaks after midnight, malevolent carnivals that come into small Midwestern towns and steal the souls of people. Stephen King, I interviewed him for this book, and I'm sure you've all heard of Stephen King, told me that there would be no Stephen King without Ray Bradbury. And I met him in 2000. I grew up on his books, just loved his books. They're fun. And he writes short stories. And short stories, for those of us, myself very much included, who our attention spans are challenged constantly, right? By homework, by family, by chaos in our life, by pressure, by other forms of entertainment. Our attention spans are constantly being stretched, and short stories are an opportunity to read something very quick. When you can climb in bed at night and read a Ray Bradbury short story in 10 minutes, and you're done. If you were all to read only one Ray Bradbury story, and I challenge you all to do this, I would love it if you would do this. When he was 22 years old, not much, just a few years older than all of you here today, he wrote a story at 22 years old that he considered to be the first great piece of writing he ever wrote. And it was a story called The Lake. Very simple. He wrote that in 2 hours' time at the age of 22 years old, and it addressed a memory he had. He grew up in Waukegan, Illinois, maybe 45 minutes away from here on the shoreline of Lake Michigan. And when he was a little boy, tragically, in the late 1920s, he was on the beach in Lake Michigan, in Waukegan, and he was building a sandcastle with a little girl, a friend of his in first grade. And she, after they were done building the sandcastle, she went out into the water, and there was a warning that day that there was an undertow, there was a rip current, and the little girl was pulled out into the lake. And the lifeguard freaked out, and her mother started screaming, and she went under. And she passed away, she drowned, she disappeared in the waves of Lake Michigan. And Ray Bradbury, this man who I've worked with for 12 years, was sitting there. He was 8 years old, and he had just seen his first real encounter with death. It's horrible, tragic, and he carried that pain and anguish in him all the way till he was 22 years old, and he wrote this story, The Lake, about a grown man who goes back to the small town where he grew up, and it's autumn, and he's walking the beach, and it's lonely, and it's quiet because it's getting cold, and he sees a half-built sandcastle waiting for him with little footprints coming in from the water to the sandcastle. And it's a 4 or 5 page short story that's it's a ghost story. It's sad, it's not scary, it's beautiful, and it's about closure and grief. And he wrote this. It's never been out of print. It's a gorgeous story. You can find it online if you were to search on Google, Ray Bradbury, The Lake, PDF. You'd find it for free. And I challenge anybody to read that short story. 5 pages, take you no longer than 10 minutes to read it. And it's gorgeous, it's poetic, it's drenched in melancholy, but it's also the supernatural. These are all hallmarks of this man's life and career. So if you read that story, it's called The Lake, and you can find it for free. And check it out, and if you read it, I'll give you ways to contact me. I'd love to hear what you thought about it. Before I leave today, I'll give you my social media contacts, and you're welcome to email me. I'd love to hear what you think of it, because I believe that if you read one short story and you love it, you'll say, I want to read another one now. What else is there like that? And there's 100 or 200 other stories that he wrote that are equally as good. These are just some of the books that he wrote. When I was, interestingly enough, yeah, it's my birthday today. When my mom was pregnant with me, my dad loved Ray Bradbury, and he read Bradbury to my mom aloud to her. And I was 8 or 9 months in the oven, and he read this book you see right there called The Illustrated Man. It's about a carnival freak whose body is covered head to toe in skin illustrations. And if you look at them, you see that the tattoos are moving, and they're kind of slithering. And each tattoo is a mini movie. It kind of tells a story. And each tattoo is a short story in that book. And I read that book when I was 11. So first time I heard it, my dad read it to my mom when I was inside of her. Then I pulled that copy off my dad's bookshelf when I was 11 and was engrossed in it, absolutely fell in love with it. Ideas are wonderful and imaginative and creepy. He wrote for the Twilight Zone. He designed rides at Epcot Center. I mean, this man did a lot of really cool things. He was friends with Walt Disney and Steven Spielberg and you name it. And I loved that book when I was 11. And it made me read more and more and more of his work. And that's just some of his books. Most notably, the one that people talk about probably the most was Fahrenheit 451, which I know some of you may have read as an assigned text in your classes. It's an easy book. It's 160 some odd pages. It's really a fugitive chase. That's how Ray Bradbury described it to me. It's a story of a man on the run. Fahrenheit 451 was published in 1953. It has sold more copies today than Michael Jackson's Thriller, or Fleetwood Mac's Rumors, or Pink Floyd's Dark Side of the Moon, the three greatest selling albums in the history of popular music. Fahrenheit 451 has sold more copies than any of those. And it's been published in 40 languages. And what it's about a near future dystopian world here, probably Chicago, actually, even though it's not named. And books in this society have been deemed illegal because they empower people. They make you smarter. They empower you with knowledge. They empower you with the ability to communicate. And if we take those things away, we begin to erode our society. And so books have been deemed illegal. People are addicted to their technology. Keep in mind, he wrote this more than 70 years ago. People are addicted to screens, and they're no longer reading, and society is willfully and willingly dumbing themselves down. And those who dare to read, firemen go house to house, don't put out fires, they start them, they burn the books. They get rid of the books because books are dangerous. They make us think too much. And when I read that, I had already fallen in love with books. Books sort of saved me from adolescence and being a teenager and depression and anxiety. Books were one way that I was able to get away from feeling those things. And suddenly when I'm reading a science fiction novel about a society where books are banned, that's scary. That was scary to me. I have the utmost respect for everybody in this room. This generation, you guys, I'm a father of three, a high school senior included, and I'm a college professor, and your generation, for so many reasons, every single student in this room, to me, is a hero right now. All of you. You all deserve to applaud yourselves for what you have just endured these past 2 years. Not just the first global pandemic in over 100 years, but racial injustice, the tumult of the political landscape. Your generation is more of an activist generation than I think any generation in our country's history. I love this generation. You guys are going to save this world. And I have so much respect for what you all have been navigating and enduring and standing up and dealing with. Deep empathy for all of you and admiration for the way you've contended with it. And I hope you feel stronger and proud of yourselves, because you should be, that you have gone through this and you're coming out and you're just fine and you're going to change the world. And I believe that wholeheartedly. And this book, Fahrenheit, is about many of those things: changing the world, making the world better, advocating for what's right. It's a book certainly about censorship, and we're seeing just over the weekend and last week, Art Spiegelman's Pulitzer Prize-winning graphic novel Mouse is being removed from schools. Toni Morrison, who you may have read in some of your classes, is being removed from many schools. School boards and parents are looking at these books saying they're dangerous for too many reasons. It's kind of this novel coming to life. And it's a scary thing, and I would say don't put up with it. I love teaching at an arts and communication school where everybody's kind of a rebel. And they stand up, and if something's unjust, they decry it. And I love teaching at an institution like that. This is a fun little game that when Ray Bradbury was 22, and I use this all the time in my own writing. When he was 22 years old and he wrote that story, The Lake, he discovered a word game that gave him all of his ideas for the rest of his career. And so I teach in a creative writing program, and one thing we often do is we play word games to generate ideas, or we'll do story prompts to come up with new story ideas. I'm developing a podcast with a guy at DreamWorks right now where I have to write, and it's a creepy, supernatural punk rock, Twilight Zone meets Johnny Cash podcast. It's narrative and fictional, and it's dark and it's scary, and I have to come up with an episode a month. It'll launch late in 22. And I have to write an episode a month, and one way that I've learned to generate ideas, and I think this is really important as we talk about storytelling and writing and Writer's Week, how do prolific creators constantly generate new ideas? And I think that's the question that a lot of writers get. Ray Bradbury certainly, the one question he was asked the most with was, how do you come up with so many ideas? And I'm friends now with Neil Gaiman, who you may know. He wrote Coraline and The Graveyard Book, and he contributed a story that, to an anthology I edited. And that's the question he's asked the most as well. How do you come up with your ideas? And so this noun exercise that I want to explain to you all, I think is wonderful. So if there are any musicians in the room or filmmakers in the room, and you're trying to find a way just to come up with story or poetry ideas or essay ideas, whatever it is you want to create, anything, if you're creative. And creativity to me is my lifeblood. When I'm creating, I'm happy. When I go through a period of time where I'm not being creative, I'm kind of depressed. I need that as my outlet to feeling accomplished and good. Creativity is my answer to sort of the malaise and the struggles of life and anxiety and those things. And so I discovered, Ray Bradbury taught this to me, and I'm going to teach it to you all right now. So he wrote this story, The Lake, when he was 22, and he realized that he could make lists of nouns that all start with the word the before them. And this was a list he put together actually in the early 1940s. He would just type down nouns. And this is a great prompt, and he used this throughout his entire life. And I've used it on many, many stories I've written. So he typed this out: the lake, the jar, the crickets, the foghorn, the circus train, and so on. And he would look at these nouns and say, okay, which noun gives me an image? Or which noun gives me a story idea? And so in 1942, he was at his typewriter and he typed down the lake, and it made him think of that experience with that little girl and that horrible, sorrowful memory. And he thought to himself, well, what if a man has grown up like he had and goes back to the small town and encounters her spirit? And he starts to write it, and he wrote that story in 2 hours, and it was all prompted by that noun. And so I've done this a lot with my life, where I will write down a noun or a list of nouns and then just pick one of them from the list and say, that one gives me an idea. And so I'll make lists of nouns constantly. Amazon was putting a book together several years ago and called and said, do you have a Ray Bradbury-like story that you've written that you'd like to contribute to this book? And I told them yes, when in fact I really didn't have anything, but I didn't want to turn them down because it was going to be in a book that they were publishing and they would promote. And so I sat down at my dining room table on a Sunday morning and I did a list of nouns, and one of them was the noun, the roadside cross. And I thought, okay, why did I write the roadside cross down? And I was thinking, well, I had just been speaking at colleges in Wisconsin. And when you're on rural highways, you've all seen these things. Even out here at intersections, you'll see these wooden crosses at the intersection. Sometimes there's a bicycle there, or there's teddy bears or flowers. It's tragic because you know that somebody passed away in an accident there. I write a lot about grief, actually. I mean, my mom died when I was 24, and it's just still something I think that my creativity is trying to understand. And I had written that word, the roadside cross, down, and I wrote a short story. I started it that day, and it was published by Amazon. It's actually in my collection, Dark Black, which came out last year. And it's about a guy who travels down a country road every day to work, and he sees this cross in the bramble. And one day, out of nowhere, there's flowers there, and a note, something's tacked onto the wooden cross. And he's curious, so he pulls his truck over and gets out and goes and looks at it and reads the note. And it's somebody who's lovesick and in tremendous grief. And he realizes that it had appeared that day, and that must be the day when the person, whoever died, he starts connecting the dots. And the next year he comes back to see if the person brings another note and more flowers, and they do. And so it's basically very much a story of an obsessed character. That's very much of a device of Edgar Allan Poe, is obsessive characters who kind of the curiosity kills the cat narrative, where you get consumed by finding out solving a mystery, and he wants to know who died, who's grieving, and he gets way more than he bargained for. And that all came from me writing down the noun, the roadside cross. Then I wrote another story with a noun about another obsessive character called the Peephole. And it's just kind of a weird dude who lives in a big high-rise apartment building, and at nighttime he'll stare through the peephole in his apartment door and watch the people walking by in the hallway. And he sees something really creepy that he should never have seen. And that all came from the noun, the peephole. And so I will write these nouns down all the time, and Ray Bradbury played this game all the time. And so that's one way to prompt yourself to story. Or you could write these lists down and write a poem based on one of these nouns. Now I'm curious, like, why do you think he puts the word the in front of the noun? Does anybody have any thoughts on that? Why would he put, rather than lake, why would he put the lake? Or rather than circus train, he puts the circus train. Does anybody have a possible answer to that? Yes?
Make sure it's the main point.
I couldn't hear you. Could you yell it out?
Make sure it's focused on that.
Very good. It's more specific, right? That's exactly it. It's focused. It's not just any circus train. It's the circus train. It's very specific. And it tends to lead you to an image of it. You start to see it in your head. And that's how you play this game. So you say, okay, I've written down the circus train. And you say, okay, next question, what does that circus train look like? Describe it. And you write a paragraph of description describing your noun. Then you say, okay, who's there? Who is on the circus train, or who's looking at the circus train? Now you're introducing a character into that specificity of image that you just cited. Perfect answer. And so this is how this man who wrote 40 books, published around the world, wrote movies, wrote plays, wrote for radio, had his own theater company in LA, novels, designed amusement park rides. Spaceship Earth at Epcot Center was designed by Ray Bradbury. There's a crater on the moon named for this man. To me, it's remarkable. That's the two of us together in 2005, maybe. He became my father figure. He became the subject of my books. He was very much like Yoda. He was kind of my Yoda. Or my Grogu, I guess. We'll go more Mandalorian on all of you. He was wise. He was hilarious. He was prolific. He loved being creative. And we worked together for 12 years before he passed away in 2012. I share this because if you're able to read that story of the lake, you can go to Twitter and follow me, or I'm also on Instagram, which is just Sam T. Weller, and you'll see the same picture of me, shorter hair, and follow me. I'll follow you back right away. And let's stay in touch, particularly if you're creative or you have creative aspirations. And especially if you're able to go to Google and just find that story, The Lake. I challenge all of you. It's 5 pages long. If you hate it, I will be stunned. If you love it, I will be filled with joy. And it won't surprise me if you love it. Because most of the time when I assign that story in my own college classes, or I speak at a high school and do this and ask people, read that story, people are like, you were right, I love that story, what should I read next? And then you're on your way. And we get back to that society in Fahrenheit where people aren't reading. Well, now you're reading. And it can't be emphasized enough how empowering reading is. It's yours. You do it on your own. It's a very almost solitary, meditative experience. You're empowering your language when you read. You're building your vocabulary. You're flexing things in your mind that television and video games, as much as I love and consume all of those things, and film, all those things don't do as much, in my opinion, as reading does, because you're the director when you read a book. You cast the characters and see them the way you want to see them. You see it from the angle that you want to see it from. You're the director of that film when you read a book. And so it's empowering in so many ways. And that's why I go to you all and I say, read this story, The Lake. Follow me on Twitter or Instagram and let me know what you thought. And if you don't read it, that's okay too. It's not a homework assignment. It's meant to be fun. So I've been writing professionally now for, I don't even want to say it, 30 years. I started an internship at a newspaper. And the first thing I ever wrote was I got paid $2.50 for it. And I was overjoyed. I had actually been paid to write. And it was a film review. My undergrad degree was in film. And I reviewed a movie. It was a B-grade kind of spooky movie called Hear No Evil. It came out maybe in 1993. It was bad. But I was getting paid to write, even if it was $2.50. It was payment. And the editors kept saying, okay, good job. You turned it in on time. You did a good job. Here's another one. Here's another one. And by the end of the year, I was doing cover stories for this publication. In 2 years, I was hired full-time as a staff writer for a newspaper here in Chicago. In 7 years, I was then a writer for the Chicago Tribune. 7 years' time, I went from a $2.50 film review to writing regularly for the Chicago Tribune, getting paid $3,000 an article at that point. And I don't drop the money for any other reason than to show you that you can make a living in the creative arts if you hustle your butt off. You can be a musician, you can be a filmmaker, you can be an actor, but you gotta hustle and you gotta work for it. And to me, as I told Mr. Anderson before we came out, to me, it's not work. I love it. And to me, that's the dream. Getting rich is not the dream. It's a secondary benefit if you make money. But if you're doing what you love, to me, that's living. Like, if I can get paid to do what I love, to me, that's my dream. And so, in 2000, I was writing for the Chicago Tribune, and that's how I met Ray Bradbury. People often ask, how do you become a biographer of someone? Well, one, I'd grown up with his books and fallen in love with them. And then I'm now writing for the Tribune, and I said, hey, can I interview this guy? He's turning 80 this year, and he was born in Illinois. And my editor said, wow, great idea. Where does he live? I said, well, he's in Los Angeles. They said, go. We'll pay for you to go out. I walked in his front door. I was supposed to interview him for 1 hour, and he was so gregarious and so fun. He'd ordered lunch. I stayed for 6 hours at his house, and he's like, don't leave, don't leave. This guy was 80 and filled with so much excitement and exuberance and enthusiasm because he loved what he did. I said, don't leave, stay longer, stay longer. And when I got up to leave, after 6 hours of hanging out with this legend, he said, I have 2 commands I'm going to give you. I said, certainly. He said, when your article comes out, you must send it to me so I can read it. I thought, wow, no pressure. The man who made me become a writer now wants to read my writing. And that was a little scary. Then he said, the other thing is, you have to tell me, when are you coming back to visit me again? And I walked out of that house, my head was spinning. I'm like, the guy wants to read my writing. I listened to him in the womb. He wants me to come back and visit him again. And when the article came out, he was a night owl. He would stay up till 2, 3 in the morning, and if there was a phone call, I always knew that it's Ray Bradbury calling, because nobody else would call at 2 in the morning. And he called one night at 2 in the morning, and he said, Sam, I've read your article you sent me that you wrote about me. Okay. I'm now being graded by one of the greatest writers, in my opinion, of the last 100 years. One of the great imaginations in literature, in my opinion. Steven Spielberg and Stephen King would agree with that. And he said, sit down. I want to tell you what I think about the piece you've written. And I was panicking. And he said, don't be nervous. You are a beautiful writer. Man, I could retire now. I could quit. I mean, it's just a fantastic moment. And he became this mentor and this teacher to me. And his wisdom, if he were here right now, to all of you, he was a bad student in high school, got bad grades. The two remarkable instructors who were on stage before I came up talked about their GPAs in high school. I was a terrible high school student. I couldn't focus, I couldn't pay attention. I talked too much. I was rowdy, hyperactive, probably on the spectrum of ADHD. Bradbury certainly was too. How do you find your way out of those things? His advice to everybody in this room, that includes the adults, it includes you all, it includes myself, and it's a simple prescription. Do what you love and love what you do. Very easy advice. Do what you love and love what you do. You'll say, okay, you followed that prescription in your life, Mr. Bradbury. How did it lead to your success? And he said, I'll give you an example. When he was a boy, he loved dinosaurs. Like a lot of kids love dinosaurs. When you're little, he said, I love dinosaurs. He said, when I was 30, and I was a writer, and he was writing for The New Yorker and major magazines and publishing big books, he said, I want to write a dinosaur story. He's a 30-year-old man with 2 kids and a wife, and he's like, I'm going to write a dinosaur story. And he wrote a story that is so beautiful, and it comes from the noun exercise. He wants to write a dinosaur story, and he types down the word, the foghorn. And he goes, why did I type that down? He's like, okay, a foghorn is it's either on a ship or in a lighthouse. And he writes this story about these 2 lighthouse keepers on a barren coast. Cold, it's November, and they're in the top of this lighthouse. And the light is flashing out to the sea, and the sound of the foghorn, this bellowous moan, is calling out. The light in a lighthouse and the foghorn warns ships, right, away from the coast so they don't run aground. And they're up there, and they're talking, and they're smoking their pipes, and it's cold, and it's raining. And suddenly they look out, and somehow there's thousands of fish have gathered at the surface of the water. Iridescent fish fanning out, thousands and thousands of them. And they're looking down from the lighthouse, and they're like, what's going on? Why are there so many fish suddenly? Something starts to rise from the water. This massive creature, this neck. It's a plesiosaur. This craning neck, and cold Atlantic water is draping off this plesiosaur, and there's kelp in its teeth, and the neck keeps rising and rising and rising. Almost like the Loch Ness Monster of the Atlantic, and it's looking up at the men in the lighthouse and the light coming out. And it's the last dinosaur on Earth, and it lives in the depths of the Atlantic, way down, and it's heard the moan of the foghorn. And it thinks that maybe it's the sound of its long-lost mate, that maybe it's not alone. Maybe there's another one like it out there. It is the saddest story of unrequited love written from the point of view of a dinosaur ever. It's freaking fantastic. You can find that one for free too. Google the Foghorn Ray Bradbury PDF. Fantastic story. Now my point here is, if you go back to the idea of do what you love what you do, he said, well, I love dinosaurs as a little boy. I'm going to write a dinosaur story. He writes that story based on the noun exercise, publishes the story, and a very famous film director in the late 40s and early 50s by the name of John Huston. So he was the Martin Scorsese or the Steven Spielberg or the Francis Ford Coppola of the 40s or 50s. This was the biggest filmmaker in that era. He read that dinosaur story, and he said, this guy's an amazing writer. I'm going to hire him as a screenwriter. And he called Ray Bradbury and said, would you write a screenplay for a film I'm producing? Turned out to be an adaptation of Moby Dick. Came out in 1956. And so Bradbury had never written for film, but he loved movies. His stories are very cinematic. They're visual, lots of scene, very fast narrative movement. He's very influenced by movies as a storyteller. And so he had never written for Hollywood, and because he had written a dinosaur story and a film director read it, he got a job and started making a ton of money and started getting flooded with screenplay offers. Wrote for Alfred Hitchcock, wrote for The Twilight Zone, worked with Walt Disney, all because he would say, if he were here right now, he'd be sitting in one of these overstuffed chairs, and he would say, because I wrote a story about dinosaurs. I did what I loved. You create, anybody in here, music, film, poetry, illustration, digital design work, video game designing, whatever you love creatively. And I hope all of you have some creative outlet. It's so vital and fun and beautiful that when you create from a point of love, that you create something, this is the thing that you would like to see in the world. So if you're a writer, write the book that you would go buy at a Barnes & Noble. If you're a poet, write the poem that you would love to read. If you're a filmmaker, write the story, the film that you would go see at a movie theater. Write from your heart and from love. And so this old mantra of write what you know, I think is utter BS, personally. I don't really buy that. I think it's write what you love. So that's kind of what led me to write this book that came out last year. And this is 20 gothic, creepy, a lot of music in here. Music is a huge part of my life. It's very kind of a punk rock noir book. Thank you. And it was very important to me to have this book illustrated. So I don't know if I can show any of these. Every story has an illustration. Because I think illustrations don't have to be just for children's books. I think that we're very, obviously a very visual society, and adults are also visual, not just young readers. And that's something that I also got from Bradbury, is that most of his books in the 50s were illustrated. And so I got an illustrator who is a friend, and he does a lot of music album covers and rock posters. He's worked with U2 and the Black Keys, and he illustrated each story. It was very important to me to make this book like an art object, a quality book that's very weighty in the hand, because I believe that there's people who don't just want to read a book on a telephone, that there's people who value the art of bookmaking and paper, and the weight of a good book in the hands. And so we put a lot of love and care into that book, and it has sold out of its first print run. I've sold 2 short stories for film rights, so 2 of the stories in there are being produced into short films, which I'm really excited about. And it's launched me into this podcast that I'm working on right now that is very much going to be a midnight radio theater, kind of spooky, gothic, sad, a lot of music in it, and that we're producing that right now. And it's, as I said, I'm doing this with a guy at DreamWorks out in LA, And hopefully that'll be picked up for distribution by the end of the year. And all of this has come from things that I love. So it goes back to this advice from Ray Bradbury of do what you love and love what you do. So I'll conclude with just the book trailer. One way that authors promote their books. Agents and editors will all tell you, you've got to be on social media because it's a way to connect with readers and communicate with them and build your audience. And a lot of writers will put together basically what is a film trailer, but it's a trailer for your book, and put this out on social media. So I'll just share this with you real quick. I don't know whether, Mr. Anderson, there's sound on this or not, or if it's going to be too loud, or just try it. It's not on? Well, it's all right. It's just, let's see how it goes. This was read by a friend of mine at the Chicago Tribune named Rick Kogan, who you should invite to Writers Week at some point. He's the senior staff writer for the Chicago Tribune. He's been there for 40 years. His mentor was Mike Royko, the great newspaper writer. And Rick is now the oldest writer at the Tribune, this legendary. He hosts a radio show on WGN. So you've heard his voice, even if you don't know who it is. Let's see if this works.
It was September and the last day of summer.
That's too loud, man. Let me turn it down. Oh. Thanks, Mr. Anderson. You're amazing. How about these teachers here? You guys are really lucky. I'm serious. Like, I want to teach at this place. All right, now I got it. Here we go. Let's try it.
It was September and the last day of summer. The sunlight was white and it let go of its August bakery oven warmth. When you were young, 15, you live where the suburbs vanish and the rural begins. You walk a lot. You explore. Artemis opened the case and saw the instrument in the black velvet-lined box. Pharaoh's treasure exposed to the light. From the mouthpiece to the valves to the perfectly curved bell, she was silent in that case, but she wouldn't remain silent for long. Soon she would sing on a journey that would take her across the world. The hallway beyond the little scratch convex lens was distorted, elongated, like out of a surrealist painting. I could see the stretch of dark carpet going off in each direction. I could see the stains on the walls and the door directly across from my unit, the door to 20E. Late tonight I saw something surface, black, glistening, larger than any sea creature I have ever witnessed in all my observations. It reflected in the waxing gibbous moon draped over the North Atlantic. At first, the creature appeared like a kelp bed, but moving, shifting, stirring, alive.
All right, so that's just a little bit. Thanks, guys. Man, you guys are rock stars, I will tell you that. You guys are absolute rock stars. I know time is almost out, so I just want to thank you all. You are an amazing group of people. Again, I have the utmost admiration for you guys. Keep on keeping on. You guys are amazing. Thank you for coming out and spending some time with me today. You done? Cool.
Alright, let's sit where Allie is. Remember every other seat? Yeah, that would be good. So I'm going to this.
There we go. Hello, everybody, and good morning. Welcome to Fifth Hour. Quick shout out to our piano player over here, David. That was some beautiful musical entertainment. We appreciate the good vibes. Thank you so much. That was awesome. Today, this hour, you are so lucky. You are in for a treat, and I'm so honored to introduce your speaker for this hour. We got to see him last hour, and just such an engaging speaker with such inspirational things to say. We all really walked away with a lot in our minds and a lot of recommendations of stories to read and such, so you're in for a treat for sure. This is Sam Weller today you're seeing. Sam Weller is a 2-time Bram Stoker Award winner and an authorized biographer of the legendary writer Ray Bradbury, who a lot of you have studied. Weller's book, The Bradbury Chronicles, The Life of Ray Bradbury, was a national bestseller and winner of the 2005 Society of Midland Authors Award for Best Biography. In addition to his works as a biographer, Weller is the former Midwest correspondent for Publishers Weekly magazine, and his personal essays have appeared in the Paris Review, on the NPR program All Things Considered, and in Slate magazine, among others. His short fiction has appeared in numerous books, anthologies, literary journals, and magazines, including Printers Row Journal, Rosebud, The Chicago Reader, and others. Recently, his short story collection he's going to talk about a little bit today, Dark Black, was published just last year, and I mentioned it last hour, I'm going to mention it again. We're very lucky to have him because today is also his birthday. Yes. And while I am mentioning that today is his birthday, I might as well mention that there's a student up on stage whose birthday is also today, and that's Gabby over here, who does not know me, but happy birthday to Gabby as well. All right, I'll welcome him up now. Please put your hands together for Sam Weller.
All right. Happy birthday, Gabby. Happy birthday. We share a birthday. That is cool. Thank you so much for that gracious introduction. And I have 3 daughters, and they said, you're going to give a talk on your birthday? I'm like, I love this. I got to share what I do and what I love. So thank you all for coming out and spending a little bit of your valuable time with me. Thank you to your absolutely incredible, cool, innovative faculty who work hard to put these things together. These sorts of events, a lot of high schools don't have things like this. Kids are just sitting in classes doing the same thing every day. And this is shaking up the day for y'all and thinking in new ways and enforcing why creativity is vital, and that's what I'll spend my time talking about today. I'd like to preface things by saying that I'm a college professor at Columbia College in Chicago, where I teach in the English and Creative Writing department. And I just want to start by saying that, I've seen it in my own children and I've seen it in my own students. And I just want to acknowledge how much admiration and respect I have for you all, for what you have endured, frankly, these last 2 years. No other generation since 1918 has navigated a global pandemic, right? Nobody has gone through this. You all are heroes to me. I mean that sincerely. So I hope you feel a sense of, as brutal as this has all been. And it's not just the pandemic we've gone through. We've gone through all this political chaos. We've gone through protests over racial injustice in this country. There's been a lot going on. A lot going on. And you have all navigated it. You're all here. You have your energy, you're moving towards your future, and I feel really strongly that our future is going to be okay because your generation is the one that's going to take things forward for us. So thank you all. I hope you're proud of yourselves because you've kicked some serious butt through this. You really have. Love it. So thanks for the nice introduction. I've been writing professionally for 30 years. Jeez, oh my gosh, it's brutal. I'm old, but I have really followed a simple through line through my career that's led to 6 books, a graphic novel. I'm currently working on a graphic novel right now that I hope to publish in 23. I hope my agent sells it this year. I'm working on a narrative, fictional, dark fantasy, kind of Twilight Zone punk rock podcast right now. Those are the 2 projects I'm working on at the moment. And the through line of today I'll just give the key word is #love, and I'll explain what I mean by the end of this. #love, all right? When I was a little boy, I loved this man. Loved him. This is one of the coolest writers of the 20th century, in my opinion. I hope you all have, at some point, read something by him. If you haven't, I would highly suggest you go read his short stories. He wrote for film, he wrote for television, he had his own theater company and produced plays, he designed shopping plazas, he designed Spaceship Earth at Epcot Center with Walt Disney. Before Walt Disney died, they started working on the geodesic dome at Epcot and the designs for it. He wrote books of poetry, he wrote books of essays. There's a crater on the moon named by the Apollo 15 astronauts for Ray Bradbury. There is a region on Mars where the Curiosity rover landed that NASA renamed Bradbury Landing for him. Not bad. He didn't go to college. He grew up in the Depression and had no money. He had no connections. He actually was from Illinois, from Waukegan, Illinois, not too far from here, over by Great America, Six Flags. And somehow he built a life for himself, a very successful life. And I'll talk to you about our relationship a little bit today. So when I was a little boy, I loved his books, loved them. Those are my books. I didn't know that when I wrote one book, it would turn into 4 more. A graphic novel, a couple books of interviews, the official biography, and an anthology of stories in his honor that I edited that won the Bram Stoker Award. And the Stoker Award is sort of the Oscars of horror fiction. So I've written 5 books related to him at this point. These are just some of the books that he wrote, but not even close to all of them. When my mom was pregnant with me way back, and yes, it is my birthday, my dad read that book in the middle, The Illustrated Man, to my mom. Now, it's a creepy book. It's freaky. It's about a carnival freak who's the tattooed man in a carnival, and head to toe covered in tattoos. And the tattoos move and swirl and slither on his skin. If you look at him, you're like, oh, that's creepy. They're moving. Why are they moving? You might look at a tattoo on his arm and it's of lions. And you see the lion roaring. And then that moving tattoo becomes the first short story in the book. Each tattoo on his body is a short story in the book. And on his back is a blank spot where there's no tattoo. And if you look at it too long, you see your own dark future in it, in that spot. It's very creepy. Now, why my father would read that to my mom when she's pregnant with me is beyond me. But somehow, I go on to be this man's biographer. So something clicked for me listening to Ray Bradbury as a little, not even a little kid, as a child in utero. When I was 11, I found the exact same paperback that my dad had read to my mom, that red cover right there, on my dad's bookshelf. And I was down in the basement, and I started reading it, and I was creeped out. Like, oh, this is amazing. He wrote about dinosaurs and rocket ships and carnivals and circuses and magicians and ghosts and vampires, fun things. If you like The Hunger Games or Twilight or Harry Potter or fantasy or science fiction, this is a grown-up author for you. He's the bridge from YA over to literature. He is a literary writer through and through. He was given a medal from the President of the United States for his contribution to American literature. I went with him to the White House. We walked into the Oval Office, and Mr. Bradbury was given this medal by President at the time, George W. Bush. And he gave him a medal. And but he writes about all the things he loves. Operative word. All these things he loved as a kid, he wrote about as a grown-up. And so I love that book, and it made me start to read more of his books, gravitate towards all of his books, and this is just a few of them. And at some point, it made me want to become a writer myself. Like I'm reading these things, and they're captivating my imagination so much that I'm starting to draw my own comic books. I'm playing piano and guitar, and I'm writing my own songs. I was starting to make short films as a teenager. I was starting to write my own short stories. When I was 12, I wrote a novel. It's terrible. I still have it. It's just horrible. But I wanted to create, largely because of this man. And I'm a huge believer in the majesty and mighty power of creativity. And that's what is going on at this school this week, was something so singular as Writers Week. Started, in fact, at your high school. They're all over the country now, and I speak at a lot of them, and I visit a lot of them. This is the beginning of it. How cool is it that you are at a school that was at the forerunner of recognizing the power of story, the power of the word, the power of imagination, and the power of love to what it is we all do. I tell my wife and my 3 kids all the time that if I go through a period where I'm not being creative because life is interrupting, I mean, let's face it, for most of us, trying to be creative in the last 2 years during a pandemic has not been easy. I mean, I probably spent the first 6 months eating chips, watching TV, doing nothing, feeling worse about myself. Man, I should be writing, I should be creative. But who the hell wants to create in the middle of a pandemic? We don't even know what's going on, you know? We don't know. You think back to those first few weeks of that pandemic when it was creepy and we're all just like, everybody's got to go home. Hopefully it's over in 2 weeks, right? Restaurant, everything's closed, there's nobody on the highway. It was weird. I mean, people often say, man, we're living in a dystopian novel. We are. We are living in a dystopia right now. It's crazy. And as we've emerged, I've gotten more creative. And I'm cranking it right now, finally. I mean, I'm creating stuff every single day of my life. And it brings me great happiness. When I create, I listen to music always. Always put music on. All sorts of different kinds of music. I love music thoroughly. It just speaks to my DNA. It speaks to every atom in my existence. I see a Kiss shirt on right in front of me. Kiss performed at this high school in 1975 with Rush. I mean, like, how this school is insane. Between Writers Week and Kiss and Rush playing on April 19th, 1975. If you want to read something geeky, I wrote an 11,000 word essay on my teenage obsession with Kiss. And I was bullied out of the wazoo for liking Kiss because in 1979 Kiss went disco. And everybody's like, Kiss sucks. And I just heard that constantly. And I'm like, no, I love Kiss. And I wrote an essay about being bullied and my love of Kiss. And I tell their biography amidst my own personal essay. And it's on popmatters.com. If you go to popmatters.com and Google Kiss or search Kiss, you'll see my essay. And it's all about being a nerdy, weird, gangly, misunderstood high school kid who just wanted to rock and roll all night and party every day, right? And so I wrote that one. And so, again, it goes back to love. I write about the things I love or loved as a kid. And that's what Ray Bradbury did throughout his entire career. He always wrote about the things he loved. If he were here today, he died June 5th, 2012, at the age of 91. And this guy was my Yoda. Or as I said earlier today, my Grogu, to speak in your generation, Mandalorian ease right there. He was my mentor. And so much of what I learned about creativity and imagination and storytelling and writing, I learned from him. Both initially as a reader, reading his books as a young person, no exaggeration, saved my life. To me, you need to find those outlets that welcome you, those outlets that embrace you and hug you and say, you're okay. Books did that for me, and music did that for me. Because everybody in this room is okay. You're all great people, and as I said at the top, you're all heroes for navigating this time. And you all have futures, and I want you all to take those futures and do something great with them, something that excites me, because you chase what you love. You pursue what you love. I have 3 kids, as I said, and I see the pressure on not only my daughters, but all of their friends. Parents putting pressure on them, teachers putting pressure on them, friends putting pressure on each other. Where are you going to school? What are you doing? What are you going to study? Don't listen to anything, listen to this. Follow what you love, because you will work for it if you love it. I've built a writing career out of what I love. And I'm doing exactly what I love. And to this day, I love nothing more than getting up early on a Sunday morning. I now have a studio that I rent that I can walk to. It's in an old industrial building. I have a huge freaking stereo in there. I crank it up, get some coffee, and I write. And I work on my projects. And I feel so blessed and so lucky to be able to get paid now to be creative, because I've been creative my whole life. And between books giving me salvation and writing giving me salvation and illustration, all these things have saved me and continue to save me. So I hope that you have creative outlets, because it's vital. And so this man who wrote all these books and many more was creative as a child and created all these wonderful things. I would imagine some of you have read Fahrenheit 451, or you've heard of it. It was the 9th best-selling classic in America over the last 10 years. To Kill a Mockingbird, Great Gatsby, Beloved by Toni Morrison. I mean, these are canonical works of great literature. Fahrenheit 451 is on that list. And he, like I said, he never went to writing school. He never went to college. He just pursued what he loved. Fahrenheit 451 is the book that he's probably most famous for, but he wrote many other books that are equally as great. I think his short stories are actually the best thing he ever created. But Fahrenheit just celebrates his love of books. It's about a future society where books are deemed illegal. Now, this is very timely if you think about it. What happened last week? Did you all hear about the story with school boards outlawing Mouse by Art Spiegelman, the graphic novel? That's a graphic novel look at the Holocaust. And there's school boards in Tennessee and in Michigan saying, no, gone. What is it about a book about the Holocaust that would cause people to say, no, we're not going to allow that here? Give me a break. This is happening all over the place. I mentioned Toni Morrison. Toni Morrison is being removed from schools. People don't want a lot of stuff being told. They want to suppress history and what really happened. There's a lot of suppression going on right now. Fahrenheit 451 is a science fiction book about that kind of suppression. But the reason it is so timely is because it's actually happening right now in many ways. He wrote this book, amazingly, in 9 days. His masterpiece he wrote in 9 days. I mean, it's just remarkable. He's a fast writer, and he said, you know what? I loved books growing up, and he said, I just wanted to write a book that asked, what happens if they went away? What if people started to burn all of them? Hitler tried book burning. Stalin tried book burnings in the 40s, 30s. Books over generations have been challenged and have been burned. You got to stop and ask yourself, why? What is it about a book that scares people so much that armies in the night will take them and burn them? What is it? From my point of view, the answer is they make us smarter. They empower us. They educate us. They give us ideas. Well, if you want to do well in the world, you want that. You want those things. It's kind of the idea of sticking it to the man. There's no better way to stick it to the man than reading a book. Because obviously they don't like us reading. And so Bradbury writes this book in 1953, right after World War II, right in the height of the communist witch hunt going on, and says, what happens if books are taken away from us? It's a remarkable thrill ride, a 161-page novel, depending on which edition you have. It's a fugitive chase of a fireman who goes house to house to burn books. If people have them, they go into your house and they take them away, they burn them. And one day he's like, why are people so in love with these things? What is it? And he takes a book home, stuffs it in his waistband, and brings it home and reads it and falls in love. and says, oh, I can see why people are willing to die for these things. I can see what they do. They give us philosophy and ideas. As Ray Bradbury told me all the time, he said, if books are taken away from us, and we can't think, and we can't be good critical thinkers, how are we going to vote in the next election? Good question. So all that's going on right now, all of it. And it all goes back to him just writing a book about his love of books. People often asked him, the number one question he got asked all the time is, how do you come up with so many ideas? And this is a way that I come up with ideas too. It's very common. I teach in both a graduate level creative writing program and undergrads. And if anybody ever wants to come to Columbia College and get a tour, I will happily tour each and every one of you personally. If anybody's ever interested in studying anything at Columbia, I will happily lead you around. And people ask Bradbury all the time, where do you get your ideas? I've worked extensively with Neil Gaiman, who wrote Coraline and The Graveyard Book, and wrote Good Omens and American Gods, among others. Number one question Neil Gaiman is asked all the time, where do you get your ideas from? This is what writers get asked the most. Bradbury's response was always the noun exercise. This is kind of an important thing. In creative writing programs around the world, and I'm sure you've done this in your creative writing classes with your awesome teachers, you'll do creative prompts to come up, they're generative, they generate ideas. These prompts generate image or story or scene. And you can use this exercise that Bradbury discovered when he was just a teenager to write music, to write a poem, to write an essay, to write a novel, to come up with a short film idea. I do this all the time. When he was 22, he made this list. He typed these words down on a typewriter. The lake, the crickets, the foghorn, the circus train. He didn't know why he was doing this. He's just like, I'm going to make a list of nouns. They have to be a noun, person, place, or thing. They can be descriptive, the next in line. They don't just have to be a single word. But they all have the word the at the front of it to make it very specific. It's not just lake, which could be just like any old lake. When you say the lake, you're like, whoa, okay. What about it? And then the next question you say is, okay, now write a paragraph describing the lake, the way you're seeing it in your head. Write it down on the page. Write a prose poem about it. Be descriptive. Write just a paragraph describing whatever the lake gives you to see in your mind. Put that on the page. And so when he was 22 years old, Ray Bradbury typed that word down, the lake. Very subconscious, just not even thinking about it, just making lists of nouns with the word the. It's a great fun exercise. He did this for the rest of his creative life. And he wrote that word down, and he said, now why did I write that down? He said, oh my God. He thought of this experience he had when he was 8. Growing up in Waukegan on the shoreline of Lake Michigan, they would go to the beach all the time, his family. And when he was 8 years old, roughly in the first grade, I think, in the 1920s, he was there on the beach with a little girl who was also 8 years old. They were classmates, and they would build sandcastles together. It was a beautiful, breezy day. And after they were done building the sandcastle, the little girl went out into the water. And there was a warning that day that there was an undercurrent, an undertow, or a rip current. And she went out too far and got carried out. And they always tell you with a rip current, you have to kind of let it take you rather than fight against it. It's almost like a quicksand thing, and no 8-year-old knows that. And she drowns. And young Ray Bradbury, 8 years old, bespectacled, sitting by the sandcastle he just built with this little kid, she dies. She goes under the water. They can't find her. They can't find her. People are panicked. Lifeguards are rushing out. Her mother's crying. Now a little 8-year-old kid watches this. So one day when he's 22 years old, just a few years older than all of you, he writes that word, the lake, down. He goes, oh my God, that little girl. So sad. And he starts to write a story about a 22-year-old young man, or a man in his early 20s, who goes back to the small town he grew up on. And he had experienced this, very autobiographical. And it's September All the kids are back in school. It's starting to get a little cold, and he's walking along the beach, and he sees little children's footprints coming in from the water. Little footprints, and he follows them with his eye, and they lead to half a sandcastle waiting for him on the beach. It's a story, it's a ghost story that he wrote. He didn't even think about it. It was prompted by the word the lake, and it brought him some closure with the grief of experiencing the death of that little girl. And this is something he did all the time. He played this noun exercise and let it jar an idea loose in his head. And he often wrote what you could be called autobiographical fantasy. It's a very important combination right there. Sounds oxymoronic. Autobiographical fantasy. You take something from your real life, a memory, and you infuse the fantastic into it, like something Rod Serling might create. You take a memory from your own life and you bring ghosts or monsters or real creatures into it. It's the fantastic supplanted upon your memory. He did this over and over and over again. Now, one thing, we go back to that keyword, #love. He loved, as a little boy, were dinosaurs. Like a lot of little kids, he loved dinosaurs. Rockets, circuses, movies. He was filled with things he loved. I think all of you should make a list, like, what do you love? And how can you build a hobby out of those loves? Or how can you be creative connected to those loves? He loved dinosaurs as a little boy, and when he was 30, he said, I'm gonna write a dinosaur story. And his wife laughed at him, like, oh, of course you are. You're 30 years old and you're writing dinosaur stories. And he writes down the noun, the foghorn, playing this noun game. He's like, foghorn in a lighthouse, and it's on a barren coast. The nearest town is 90 miles away. And 2 lighthouse keepers are up in the top of the lighthouse, and the light is shining out, and that foghorn is sounding, that deep moan, that sad moan, through the night and through the fog to warn ships away from the coast so ships don't run aground. And they're sitting up there, and the 2 lighthouse keepers, it's cold and it's raining, and they look out, and as the light casts over the cold water, thousands of iridescent, beautiful fish have suddenly gathered on the surface. They're fanning all over the place. Like, what is going on down there? Why is there so many fish at the top of the thousands of fish? What's going on? Suddenly, this creature starts to rise out of the cold water. This great craning neck with this incredible sculpted head on top of it. It's a plesiosaur, a sea dinosaur. And water's running down its neck, and there's seaweed in its teeth. And it keeps lifting and lifting, and it looks up at the light of the foghorn, and it's turning its head the way a dog or a cat might. It's listening to the sad sound of that foghorn. And the creature believes that maybe that sound is its mate. Maybe its mate is calling to it. Maybe this dinosaur, which is the last dinosaur alive at the bottom of the cold Atlantic, maybe it's not alone. Maybe that sound is the dinosaur. Oh my God. It is a story of unrequited love from the point of view of a sad plesiosaur. How cool is that? He wrote a dinosaur story that's so beautiful. You can Google the Foghorn Ray Bradbury PDF. His agent, longtime agent, hates me for saying this. If you Google Ray Bradbury PDF, the Foghorn, you'll get the text for free. You don't have to buy it. His agent's like, stop doing that. You're getting people to read pirated copies. My books have all been pirated, and I'm like, yes. People in Russia are downloading thousands of copies of my book, and I'm like, yes. And my agent and my editor are like, why are you happy? It's like, because people care enough to illegally download my shit? I'll take it. I mean, seriously. Sorry. You know, I mean, if people are willing to do something illegal because they want to read your work, that, to me, that's a sense of arrival. My agent hates me for that. And so I'm like, go to Google and read the story of the Foghorn. Or read the story of the lake. That's also for free. Each of them will take you 10 minutes to read. That's it. Read it in bed. Before you go to bed, climb in and read one of those 2 stories. And I'll give you my social media info at the end. And if you read one of those stories, I want to hear from you. And tell me, like, if you hated it, then tell me why. I totally respect that. Art is subjective. If we all went into the Art Institute today, we'd all find different paintings we love. Some people, art doesn't speak to them. But I think between those 2 stories, you're going to say, I love that. What should I read next? And then, boom, you're in. You're reading. All it takes is one short story to make you a reader for life. I believe that. If you're not a reader now, that's okay. Totally okay. People discover reading at different times in their life. If you're a reader, bravo. If you're not, that's totally okay. But I think if you take the effort to find one of these 2 stories online and read it and then come back to me and tell me what you thought, I believe in my heart that you will fall in love with one of those stories. You'll be like, I want to read more. So he writes this story about the dinosaur, and a very famous film director reads it. This is in the 1950s, so the name John Huston may mean nothing to you. It might. I think he was in Chinatown, if I'm not mistaken, and very famous movies. And he was the Spielberg or the Scorsese or the Coppola of the 50s. And he reads this story, The Foghorn, and says, I'm going to hire this guy who wrote this to write a screenplay. This thing is amazing. And he tracks down Ray Bradbury and hires him to write a script. Now, Ray Bradbury had never written a script for Hollywood. And he would say today, could you imagine, had I not loved dinosaurs, I would have never written for Hollywood. Because he wrote about what he loved. He wrote that short story in a couple hours. A film director reads it, says, I'm going to hire you. From that point forward, he never stopped writing for Hollywood. He had his own TV show, Bradbury. He wrote episodes of The Twilight Zone, which I'm sure all of you are familiar with. He wrote for Alfred Hitchcock. Walt Disney idolized Ray Bradbury. David Bowie idolized Ray Bradbury. Elton John wrote the song Rocket Man after a Ray Bradbury story called Rocket Man. I mean, this guy had idols the world over, people idolizing him the world over. And he's like, could you imagine had I not loved dinosaurs? Love. It's like, I wrote that story because I loved them. I love dinosaurs. I wrote a dinosaur story. A film director sees it. I get hired. He worked for Hollywood for the rest of his life. He would say, very importantly, right now, if you were here, and this is what he taught me, and it's what I try to live by in my life, and it's a simple mantra. Do what you love and love what you do. Do what you love and love what you do. Whatever it is, whether it's automotive repair or whether it's computer technology and software, whether it's mathematics, whether it's any of the creative arts and professions, whatever it is, define what excites you, what makes you feel good. And if you can chase that and build some sort of career connected to that, he believed, and I believe fully, you won't feel like you're working because you love it. We all have bad days. There's days where writing for me sucks. But in general, I get paid to do what I love. And to me, that doesn't feel like an effort. How are we doing on time here?
We have about 10 minutes.
Cool. Thank you. That is the 2 of us backstage at one of his plays. As I said, he became the subject of my books. He became a father figure, a dear friend, and this remarkable Obi-Wan Kenobi mentor of this font of immense creative wisdom. And he shared it all with me. And he loved me. And to be able to come out and share my love for him and to talk about him is an immense honor, particularly to a great group of students like you all. I mean, you guys are great. I've gone to high schools where it's just devastating. It's rowdy, there's spitballs and wads of paper being thrown. I mean, it's like a bad parody of high school in the film. You guys are awesome. I am very active all day long on Twitter about creativity and writing and Bradbury and pop culture. That is my handle. If you're on Twitter, I will follow you back right after I'm done. It's important to note that there's 2 underscores between my first and last name. I was actually named by my dad for a Charles Dickens character who was named Sam Weller in a book called Pickwick Papers. So that name, if for any Dickens people, is common, actually, in literary circles, so it's hard for me to get any sort of social media handle without double underscores or some other combination of something. I'm also on Instagram, but it's more personal, you know, my breakfast and pictures of my kids and crap like that. But you're welcome to follow me. It's Sam T. Weller if you're not on Twitter. I know a lot of people aren't. Most artists are on Twitter, though. And it's how I've met a lot of people and done work with famous people, is reaching out to them through Twitter. So if you follow me, I'll follow you right back. Mostly, I would love to hear any of you say, I read The Lake or I read The Foghorn. God, I mean, I swear you will love these stories. 10 minutes of your time before bed one night. Please reach out to me. Last year, I brought my love of one of Bradbury's, his first book actually was published out of a company in Wisconsin. First book was published out of Sauk City, Wisconsin, and it was a book of Gothic horror. And he never really went back to Gothic horror again. Gothic horror is romantic horror. It's very dark velvet and ornate. Edgar Allan Poe is Gothic horror. Bradbury always called Edgar Allan Poe his papa. And he wrote one other book of Gothic horror. It's a masterpiece. It's called Something Wicked, This Way Comes. And the Disney company made it into a film in 1983 that's good, it's not great. Special effects are laughable. People always laugh at the special effects in that movie. But the acting and the story is fantastic. And I always was kind of sad that he never went back to Gothic horror. It's romantic, it's sad, it's very ornate, beautiful writing, very deeply poetic and deeply lyrical. And I always lamented that he didn't dabble more in that specific genre. So I said, well, if he didn't write it, the next book I'm going to do is Gothic horror. And so this book came out in 2020. Great time to release a book in the middle of a global pandemic, people. You really get... I had events in Paris, London, a reading with Neil Gaiman in Bath, England, everything canceled. But you know what? We all pivoted and did virtual events and made things work and figured it out, and it is what it is. And I think there's no better time to release a book of Gothic horror than in the middle of a global pandemic. It kind of fits, doesn't it, in a weird way? It's 20 short stories. And it's all about things I love. There's a lot of punk rock in there. There's the opening story is about, if you've all heard of Truman Capote and a very famous nonfiction book he wrote called In Cold Blood, it's about a writer who rents the Clutter murder house where the Clutter family was murdered in the late 1950s. And he rents the house on VRBO to go finish his novel because it's a famous... And he rents a murder house. And now, I wrote that, and now you're starting to see the rise of actually what they call murder tourism, where there's a lot of weird people who want to go where bad stuff happened. But I love In Cold Blood, and I love Truman Capote. So this book is filled with 20 stories about things that interest me. And it's this idea of coming back to what you love and creating from that wellspring of passion and enthusiasm. There's a story in there that I'm very proud of about a musician, a rock musician, who writes a complete album with a ghost. And it's a ghost of a dead, legendary rock musician. And the ghost visits him, and they write, it's sort of a Christmas carol, but with punk rock. And a lot of musicians are like, where did you get that idea? And it actually came to me from... You've all heard people say, if you could put the ultimate band together in heaven, who would it be? Like Elvis Presley on vocals, you know, John Bonham on drums, Jimi Hendrix on guitar. People play that game all the time. Kurt Cobain on rhythm guitar, whatever. People play that game all the time. And I thought, well, what happened if like a musician wrote an album with a dead musician? And that story has been picked up all over the place. And musicians have written to me. And as I said, 2 of the stories in this book have sold to film rights. And and they're being made into films as we speak. So this book, my agent said, short story collections don't sell. Nobody cares about a short story collection. And I don't care. I just want to do what I love. It's sold out of its first print run. It's going into paperback this year. As I said, 2 stories have sold to film rights. So it's worked. It's paid off. This is the film trailer for the book. You know, and if you want to pursue a career in writing, you have to be, your editors and your agent will tell you you have to have a social media presence. If you're a musician, you have to have a social media presence. It's a way to connect with your audience. And they know it's a way to market your work. And one other way is by putting together what they call a book trailer, which is almost like a film trailer, like a movie preview that you would see, but it's a preview for a book. And so I put this together with the artist. I wanted Dark Black to be illustrated. I don't think illustration should only be fodder for YA or children's literature. I think grown-ups like visuals too, right? And so it's illustrated. I'm very proud of that. So the illustrator who did all the illustrations in the book, we got these animated. And then I asked a legendary newspaper writer who's a friend of mine, Rick Kogan, who's really the last of the old guard of old newspaper reporters. He's still at the Chicago Tribune. He's got this gravelly, deep voice. He hosts a radio program on WGN. He's a legend. His teacher was Mike Royko, who was also a legend in Chicago journalism circles. And I asked him if he would read some excerpts. So I'll share this, and I'll conclude. This is the preview of Dark Black. Hopefully the sound is where it was at before. We'll see how this goes.
It was September and the last day of summer. The sunlight was white, and it let go of its August bakery oven warmth. When you were young, 15, you live where the suburbs vanish and the rural begins. You walk a lot. You explore. Artemis opened the case and saw the instrument in the black velvet-lined box, Pharaoh's treasure exposed to the light. From the mouthpiece to the valves to the perfectly curved bell, she was silent in that case, but she wouldn't remain silent for long. Soon she would sing on a journey that would take her across the world. The hallway beyond the little scratch convex lens was distorted, elongated, like out of a surrealist painting. I could see the stretch of dark carpet going off in each direction. I could see the stains on the walls and the door directly across from my unit, the door to 20E. Late tonight I saw something surface, black, glistening, larger than any sea creature I have ever witnessed in all my observations. It reflected in the waxing gibbous moon draped over the North Atlantic. At first, the creature appeared like a kelp bed, but moving, shifting, stirring, alive.
All right. Thank you, guys. Thank you so much. I think I just got a minute or two left. I just, again, want to reiterate how in awe I am of all of you for coming out today, sharing your time, keeping on, and doing what you do. Please, as I said, the whole theme of my talk today was love. And I hope you all sort of identify what it is you love, and you pursue that with all of your passion and all of your heart. I will stick around if anybody has any questions. If not, I wish you all well. I will follow you back today. And thank you for giving me part of your valuable day. Thank you. And happy birthday.